Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another edition of High on Politics. I forgot what day it is. It's Tuesday. All right, yes, Tuesday's edition of High on Politics. Welcome in, everybody. Happy to have you here. Hope you guys had a wonderful evening last night post-stream. I had me a good time. I, full disclosure, had a nice, fun treat before I went to bed, and yeah. Felt pretty good, but how you doing, Sylvie? CONTRAPOINTS used to be the cool wine mom. Now she's the embarrassing wine mom. Yeah. Yeah, full disclosure, I was actually never really that into CONTRAPOINTS. I kind of knew her from like the Vosh sphere of things. Like I remember her and Vosh like used to go back and forth, have debates and stuff, and then they had like a huge falling out, and he made like a whole bunch of I remember that was like a whole arc. That felt like it was like an entire summer arc. But yeah, she's back in the news. Brianna Joy Gray, which another person that I have not really thought about for quite some time, had her on her show, and I guess yeah, I guess it was interesting. So have to take a look at that a little bit later. What up, Ken? Good to see you. Who the hell is calling me? Okay. Let me guess. Yeah, another scam call. Cool. Man, I've been getting an influx of those. I get probably at least like 10 per day, and it's the same thing where they're just trying to get you to say hello, never leave a voicemail. So let's put this one on the banned list. Now, I know that this is like not really gonna do that much because like obviously my number's out there, probably have to get one of those services, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure that they are blocked and report as junk. Goodbye. Yeah, if you have I don't want to say older people because I actually have some younger people in my life that they just answer every freaking phone call they get, and it makes me kind of a little concerned where I'm just like, oh no, don't do it. Don't answer the phone. They're going to scam you. And then on top of it, it is like the hello thing. I guess like that really does. I was paranoid for a while because I had heard about it. And I was like one of those grandparents that was just like, I heard that they run a scam where they use yourself saying hello. I don't understand how it works, but I miss when they talk to me and I'd pretend to be insane. Oh, yeah, they stopped doing that. Like, the one where it's like you keep them on the line and then you put them underneath some, like a pan, and then you just bang on the pan. Like, I've done that one. I have done the one where, like, I first tried to sell them something. That was pretty funny. That was actually probably my favorite one because I kept him on the line because I'm like, hold on, I'll hear you out. But first, you got to hear my pitch. And I was like trying to sell him like a whole bunch of used ShamWows or something like that. Yeah, I've always like been able to go back and forth with those idiots. Oh, yeah, that was another one. When I would just, anytime that they would talk, I would answer in Arnold Schwarzenegger quotes. So when they were just like, hello, do you have any, it's like, hello, this is Officer John Kimmel. And then they would just say something, and who's your daddy and what does he do? Like, I don't even do like the best Arnold, trust me. I'm well aware of this. But it didn't make it any less funny. But, all right, what is going on with chat? YouTube chat, are you guys able to chat? because I'm noticing that I'm having an issue with my multi-stream chat here. Uh-oh. That's not good. What is going on? That is very much not good. Type 1 in chat if you guys can help me out here, because I'm having an issue. No, still not seeing anything. I'm assuming that some of you guys have had... oh, there we go. Unimoogle, you just came through. All right, there we go. I've got my backlog finally catching up. All right, Sylvie, I see you now. All right, cool. Woo! Don't know what the hell happened, but something was wrong. All right, cool. I can see you guys now. Let's see, Kyle, what'd you say? I'd talk to them like a schizo, so they couldn't understand what I was saying. It pissed them off so much. You just start changing the subject all the time. That's kind of funny. Imagine what 1.5 trillion could do for our country. Yeah, right? I don't understand why more Americans don't think like this. But you know what? No, I understand, because they don't pay attention. They don't know. They don't know anything about Pete Hegseth. They don't know anything about these hearings. They don't know about anything that Trump is doing as far as, you know, with the gas tax or any of that stuff. They just know gas is high, things are expensive, and it's getting worse. I do know that, like, average Americans do not trust the jobs numbers right now. I kind of did a little bit of research on that end. Talked to a few people in my life, so I got some anecdotal evidence, and then just in general went on Twitter and found that, yeah, consumer confidence seems to be at an all-time low. So, that's not good. That's not good. And with consumer confidence being at an all-time low, you would think that it's because they're lying to us. I mean, dude, obviously they were lying to us about the inflation too. It's harder for them to lie about that one because world inflation does kind of like tend to, you know, catch up, and it would be very, very sus if all of a sudden, you know, America has absolutely no inflation while the rest of the world is getting hit by it. Now, do I think it's still at 3.8%? No, I think that they finally just caught up, but yeah, the golden phones. Yeah, that's another one. Trump phones, just another Trump scheme that did not come to fruition, which I love that they didn't give the deposits back. I loved that it was just a blatant rug pull. I mean, whatever. If his supporters want to be there for him, by all means, let them. Just let them. I don't care. We don't need to save them. I kind of said this on my last stream. Actually, on Pepaganda. So if you guys did not catch that, you should, by the way. It was pretty good. I would argue I had a pretty good show. But we were talking about the inflation and how it's just hitting everybody. Yes, and random words. Oh, dude. Like I was just saying, by the way, like, cause yeah, you were talking about the phone guys, fucking with the phone guys. I'm gonna just end and say that, and I'm gonna end that part and just say yes, it has gotten worse, and it is because of like policies that Trump has. Like, this is libertarian wet dream right here, like where there is no rule with like telecom companies saying, hey, you know, you can't just be spamming people like this and scamming people like this. But no, you know, Trump you can't have any regulations there. Trying to make us all poor and keep us slaving. Yes, that is 100% what it is. Systematically, that is exactly what they are doing, and it's ridiculous. Like, I'm so tired of trying to get people to care about this, that just have the attitude that they cannot be bothered with paying attention to politics. Man, I haven't been at this point in a long time. I remember when I first started getting into politics and kind of going through this whole thing where I was just like, why don't more people care? Ah! And I kind of got over it where I was like, it's not the worst thing. If they don't want to do what's in their best interest, you can't force a horse to water or whatever. Or you can force a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. That's what it is. Yeah. Meanwhile, billionaires are allegedly eating babies and worshiping Baal. Yep. Which, the worshiping Baal thing, who cares? The thing is, y'all, like, everybody wants to focus on, like, some weird portion of that instead of just focusing on the fact that just a bunch of billionaires got caught in a blatant trafficking ring. Like, that's enough, but we just apparently need to go and... We need to go full conspiracy brain. I'm actually getting a little tired of doing that. Hey, Ravy, by the way, just saw you. Thank you for being over in the horizontal. You guys can bounce back and forth, because I do know, like, unfortunately, the chats don't mix. That was one of the issues I was having with even keeping the horizontal up. But whatever, it's fine. 7 whole people? 9 whole people now, bitch. Cool. Is that what you do? Like, so you go to, like, smaller channels, try to make them feel bad about their viewer count? Like, is like, you just literally, that's all you do? Because you have a very pathetic existence. I think that's genuinely, like, I feel bad for you. I think that it's kind of fucked up that more people are out there that don't get any love at all in their lives. They have absolutely nothing going for them, so they do what Jared's doing. Cool, Jared. That's kind of fun. Jared, Ravy, you teleported? Oh. By the way, Grizwiz, Grizz's. I cannot talk today. Also, I hate, like, trying to decipher your names, but you know what? I went for it. They're all trying to make us poor and enslaving. Oh, I already got you. Their first time chat. Appreciate that, and also appreciate the follow. Jared hasn't had this many people talk to him in a long time. That's what I mean. Like, the guy is kind of just, it's sad. It's sad. I'm looking at his freaking his interactions on this channel. It is pathetic. Oh man, he's got 21 Pilots video on his how old is his channel? Let's see. 2011? With a whopping 2 subscribers. Oh, man. I don't know. That's balls coming in here fucking making fun of somebody's view count when it's higher than your sub count, bitch. Oh, are you not trying to do this? So it's not even one of these things where you're trying to act like you're better than me? Interesting. I think they kind of forget that we can do that. My name is Blurryface. Oh. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys. Chat just froze again. There we go. You know what? I'm gonna just turn off multi-stream. Fuck it. That seems to be having an issue here. Jehu, not you, Pep. Just noticing me in the corner. Just kidding. I don't want to be the eye of the. I don't want the eye of the pepper upon me. Oh, we have a new bit, by the way, that was created over on Pepaganda. Pep Dad. Oh man, was anybody there for that? Because that was hilarious. Or someone in chat was talking about, like, if I was their dad or some shit. I just was led into the whole me being Papa Pep. Stepdad's like, your mom. That was hilarious. Your mom was throwing it back. Sorry if it got a little loud over there, but just she gets a little wild. You know what I'm saying? Slap the tush. Yeah, it was good times. Good times. The dad who stepped up. That's right. That's right. Actually, it's kind of funny. Ayo. Jehu. Yeah, Pep Dad. Mom! Mom said to ask you for her allowance. Yeah, tell her not to spend it all in one place. Also, if I see her with that jackass with the Camaro, then I'm going to have to come over there. That was also part of it. It's just like, hey, so your mom says that your dad's a loser. I see where you get it from. Gotta get you hitting the heavy bag there, kiddo. Just doing this shit. You got the fucking way too short shorts. Fucking take him to the limit. He's dressed like fucking Josh Brolin from Goonies. Fucking smoke cigarettes, like always just, yeah, keeping it up. You know, got the little tilt, just does the fucking little, yeah, exactly, blows the smoke into the kid's face. Oh, man. Stepdad energy. Can we just say, like, stereotypical 90s stepdad energy? Fucking A. I was going to tell the story on Pepaganda, but I'm glad I didn't. I saved it for here. So, yeah, my mom, literally, she dated multiple guys that were kind of like that. There was this one guy, specifically Rick. He was a lawyer. He was such a piece of shit. And I just kept telling, like, I looked at my mom, like, just, what the, how? I was like 8 or 9 years old. He kind of figured it out, because, like, he knew the way to get, you know, my mom alone for a little bit on the weekend, you know. Gave me, like, you know, he was the first guy that got me a set of, like, pretty decent rollerblades, where he's like, yeah, why don't you go out and rollerblade, you know, for a little bit, make it at least an hour. Here, take this hockey stick, go find some, you know, something to do with this. Yeah, fun times. Hey kid, if you don't tell your mom about the cigarette burns, I'll let you she dated a guy that used to kind of, you know, leave the pack open, and also kind of give me like the the funniest one was the dude. He used to bring his like his let's see, how do I say this, like the sack of fun, you know. He would bring a bag of fun with him, and he would keep it at my mom's house, and I got caught going through it. That was hilarious, because it was kind of one of those like stalemate moments. It's just like, well, what's this? That's just, well, also, you know, no disrespect to my mom, but this is where she was in her dating phase. So she did have 2 boyfriends, you know. She was kind of playing the field, and I kind of had that moment where I was like, I so badly was like, do I blow this up? But my mom, it was kind of funny too. Like, she knew what was up. She knew kind of what happened. She was just like, all right, here, take a little bit. Get out of here. No, get out of here, you scamp. I'm sitting there fucking, I'm at the park just, yeah, my mom's boyfriend's a dick. Hey man, you bring your DBZ action figures? Oh man. That was my child, dude. That, it's kind of sad. I'm thinking about this. Like, I was like 11. I was like 11 or 12. I still played with, you know, action figures at that point. Whatever. Who cares? Go fuck yourself. I had my guys. My guys kept me company. And, but yeah, I was sitting there with my guys, just like, oh, Goku, go get Frieza. Just ripping some butts. Just fucking playing with my guys. Oh, man. Tell me that you had a trash childhood, but also like it was kind of a fun time, you know? Well, you got stories to tell. That's what I say. That is true. I do have like a vivid memory of my best friend's sister, like she came back home from like something. She was partying and she was like kind of drunk. Me and my buddy, we were playing with our DBZ action figures. And she came down and she just totally was like, "You guys still play with toys? Oh my god. You guys are like, way too old for toys. What's wrong with you?" And then she's like, "Don't you smoke?" And I was just like, "Yeah." Just kind of, yeah. And then that was kind of funny too, because she was also, you know, a bad kid who was able to acquire some, you know, some primo butts, if you know what I'm saying. I was mad. I mean, it was kind of funny because pretty quickly after that, that's when I got into, you know, oh God, this is embarrassing to say, but it's true. Cottonmouth Kings and ICP. I got into them for a little bit, you know. That was her doing, you know. But that was also one of those moments where it was just like, am I too old to be playing with toys? And I felt so embarrassed, but at the same time, I'm also going like, yeah, I kept like, let's see, when did I officially like put him down, you know, and not do scenarios and shit? Like, I'm pretty sure I was just about 12, where I finally did have that moment where I'm like, what am I doing? I should probably like go and try and like talk to girls or something. Like, yeah. The weirdest part is, like, I was smoking not to look, like, not even to look cool. That was the worst part. I did it poorly, too, because I used to go through my mom's Virginia Slims. And I would smoke like Cruella DeVille, because, like, I didn't know any better, so I'm sitting there like this, just... I looked way, yeah, way too effeminate. Weed's a gateway to ICP. Not, oh, they were one, no, Pinkerbell, I got you, they're even better. They were Virginia Slim 100s. They were the extra long ones. So, yeah, man, no, I remember sitting, there was like this park, right, that had like a dugout that, you know, you couldn't see like anything from the street. But I didn't think about this. I didn't know that they had like a security guard that was going around like on a little cart. He caught me smoking in there, but like he shamed he shamed me for it. He was just like, "Oh, you're the..." I thought that there was a middle-aged woman sitting in the dugout. I was just like, good times. Getting shit. Oh, man. I think that now that I'm like thinking about it, he was just mad that it wasn't what he was expecting. Like, this guy was just like, he was cleaning up Virginia Slim like 100 like cigarette butts, and he's just like, "Oh man, this woman's probably got a husband that hate, like they're fighting, and she has to come to the dugout. Oh man, when I find her, I'm gonna make my move." Then he just sees little me just. Yeah, he's trying to get a date. That's my fingers are the length of a regular. They all look mild. Very complimentary to men, though. Oh. Wow, even I was like, oh. I see. Oh. This cannot be real. What the fuck? Yeah, unfortunately, my like I was an awkward kid, man. Like I really was. I had that like really weird phase too because like my parents got divorced when I was like, you know, just becoming a teenager. My grandma passed like again when I was 12. So, yeah, like late 12 to 20 something. Yeah, it was pretty awkward. I kind of came into my own right around 16 though. That kind of helped. But man, I should have grabbed more. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, but never really had the. Yeah, see, I'm actually like glad that I don't do it anymore. Because that was one of those things that, yeah, I used to love it, and then all of a sudden I kind of like hit that point where I was just like, this doesn't taste good. I smell awful all the time. Like that whole, try like when you can smell the smoke on yourself walking back into somewhere, and you're just like, oh God, what am I doing? Yeah, that was that was kind of what led to it. And then just like I had this moment where I'll never forget this. I was sitting on my front porch, and it was like my morning, like I was having my morning coffee, and I was right at the point where I was like about halfway through some 27s, and I got like a few puffs in, and I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I just crushed the pack in my hand and chucked the one into the ashtray. That was it. That was literally the last time I ever did. I drink a responsible amount, but I only drink certain things for the taste. Oh. Really don't get the booze that's really strong. Yeah. There was this new drink that was like it was like a seltzer, or not a seltzer. That's actually completely wrong because I don't like the seltzer drinks. I hate those. No, this one, like, it looked like a seltzer. It was like clear. I think it's called clear water. I don't know. You know what? I'm glad that I'm not sponsored by them because I'd probably be butchering this. But, yeah, man, they're pretty good. Like, they have this one that's like it's like a canned, like, margarita. Trying to say this a little weird. Yeah, it's good. It was one of those, like, the first times I've ever had one of those drinks where I was like, wow, that was actually pretty good. Cool. Oh, shit. I just realized that I never asked you guys to do this. Man. Oh, I thought I started the show with a poll. It didn't. Okay, yeah. Are you guys seeing a poll on your end? Asking if you like the stream. I don't think it's up. Damn it. No poll? Ah, damn it. All right. Well, that means that this just didn't work. Nice, Hermit. Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know, man. I kind of go back and forth. Like, I have my days where I really enjoy, like, having, like, one or two just, the brewskis. But realistically, yeah, was it the Cali sober is the way that they kind of call it. I was that for like a very long time. I didn't actually like start drinking until I was like 24, I want to say. Which my friends more than took advantage of, I'll say that much. I did, I was definitely the go-to DD, but that wasn't all bad because I did make it work for me. Anytime that somebody needed that, I was available. But yes, you were either buying me a pack, or something like that. That was, or yeah. I got to be very like careful here. I think you guys get it though. My drink of choice is tequila. Nice. It's either, yeah, and that's the thing. Like I got meds as well that it makes it very difficult to do that. I have to time it just right. 7 a.m. Nice. It's happening right now. Nice. Man, I always get jealous of that. That's crazy that I'm your morning show. I know, like, I never thought that was going to be the case when I started doing this. But that's pretty cool, man. Not gonna lie. My buddies are all lagging behind me incredibly in age. Or incrementally in age, so I don't have to be DD for like 4 years. Hey. That's I don't know. Just make sure you're responsible. I'm dead serious. Like, I don't want to older brother you guys here and like get you upset or anything, but for real, make sure you always have like a planned route home, as far as like having an Uber or having a friend, or just like be at home. I'm one of those guys, like, if I don't really go out and do that. Like, bars are not my thing. I fucking hate going to bars unless I can walk home, which we don't have as many as you would think. Like, it's not a bar on every corner anymore. That, it does suck. You're seeing less and less of the old style signs out and about, but yeah. Who cares? Oh, okay. I see how you are. What up, Etch? Good to see you, brother. Where I grew up, most people my age made it their life. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff. Because I know people like that they ain't happy either. Like, they're really not. In those moments that they're at the bar, you know, it's very much like a Cheers episode, but yeah, I've seen the other sides of that. Where, yeah, it's not great. You live with an alcoholic and have one for a dad too, as a huge drinking. I've heard that. Yeah, that Australia has kind of a little bit of a drinking problem. So do you guys have like a lot of liver disease, or are you like Cuba where you have some like secret, you know, liver frickin' vaccine or some shit? Oh, right. I forgot about this. Here. Okay. It's not gonna work. All right. Nothing is gonna work as far as what I wanted to do here, so I'm gonna just not even start. I'm not trying today. At least I have my music. That's cool. My music's up, and I know that the thumbnail went up, so yay, cool, huzzah. Lots of liver disease and cancer in general because of the UV, but my dad has bladder cancer at the moment from the drinking. Holy crap. And you said he still does? Man. Oh my god, I had a buddy like that his dad was told that his liver was shutting down, and he just said it was terminal, so he just said fuck it. He went all the way to his deathbed. Like, that was, I still can't believe that people can do that. But after I saw it, I was like, oh, I mean, now that I'm older, I guess I could kind of get it, where you're like, well, what am I gonna do? But at the time, I could not wrap my head around that. I was just like, he did what? His dad was kind of a piece of shit, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't like to speak ill, you know, that whole don't speak ill of the dead thing, but I'm not gonna ignore what his dad was in life. Like, his dad was a piece of shit. He ignored him. He only showed up when his mom was talking shit about him. Yeah. I felt bad for him. turned out as he's a great dude too. He has a pretty large family. I think he's got like 6 kids or something like that. Like he's doing really well for himself. So I always like when somebody like that like had a really shit home situation decides, no, I'm not gonna let that. I'm not gonna be that. My friend told me a story of someone they knew that drank so much that they became dependent and were having hallucinations of their dead brother. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that kind of stuff, that does happen. I don't know. That's the stuff where it's like, those are the people that really need to stop. That was kind of weird. Like, both my parents were alcoholics, and it was so weird to have that moment where, like, I kind of realized I'm not. They were, like, it was when I quit smoking. My dad, he kind of pulled me aside. He's just like, I don't think that you have whatever, like, the gene, or he's like, you don't have it. I'm like, no, I don't. And that's like, it's weird to spend your entire life fearing something like that and then realize, like, oh, I was fearing it for pretty much nothing. Okay. Well, that sucked. Fun fact, we call box wine goon here. You call it why? Wait, why do you call it what? We call it box wine. Like, that's, dude, that's auntie drinking right there. That's like, you know, your weird aunt is coming over. She's got, you know, she always has like the little wine stain. Or like, especially like if she wears like a lot of white, there's always that little hint of purple on it too. And then you see her pull up with the box and you're just like, oh, Aunt Janet's here. You know what? And it usually goes like, she cracks open the box. She got the first one. She's fun, you know, starting to cut loose and just telling some funny stories. Like, your father used to be so funny. He used to be so funny. But then like 3 or 4 in, then she starts doing the sloppy bit where, again, like she has like it's a lot of like makeup stained cigarette or like lipstick stained cigarettes and like on stains on the cup, and then her doing like the, you know, your grandmother loved your father more than he loved me, and I gotta say that it was so manipulative. This just really fucks with me. It's just and then then they take a little nap. Never, like, dude, never they never wake up with like a hangover or anything like that. It's always like, you know, ready to go, but they got like the, you know, couch bedhead. Oh man. Or they show up to a wedding, you know. Every time they show up to a wedding, you're like, oh, that's a problem. Anytime that they walk through that damn room, you're just like, she's gonna hit on everybody here. Damn it. True story. I don't have an Aunt Janet, by the way. This is like an amalgamation of drunk aunt. But there was a person at a wedding that I went to that I had a buddy with me, and he was just like, dude, she won't fucking stop. And I'm just like, it was this drunk aunt fucking just aggressively hitting on him. And I don't know, man. I felt bad for him, and like, he was actually like in distress where he's like, I do not, like, no means no. And like, she kept doing the thing where she like, so when we were sitting down, she like would come over to him, and like she would like grab his shoulder and just kind of like whisper into his ear a little bit, like, and he's looking at me like, make it stop. Oh man, I wish he was here to tell that story, because the way he tells it, where he's where it was one of those open bars, and he was just like, oh, that was the first mistake I made, where he he was just like, he ordered her a drink, and I'm not sure if she understood that it was an open bar, like that she thought he bought it for her, but like apparently that was like the I think that he's regaling. Shoo. Yeah, exactly. Shoo. Just trying to scare her off. No, it was really funny. Because at that point he had quit smirking himself, but yeah, he had to go outside. He's just like, dude, I gotta get anywhere that she isn't. I'm just like, I don't think that she she smokes, and he's just like, let's get outside, let's go outside. I don't care. It was so funny. Oh man. The drunk ants. It's better. I mean, I don't know. I had a drunk uncle. He was pretty stereotypical. He was also a problem. Yeah. Not as fun as the Aunt Janet's, because that one is like legit, just like, oh, he hit him again. Ah, shit. Like, we had to deal with that, where it's just like, oh, do we have to call the cops on him? Great. Like, this is gonna be a whole thing. I've been drunk all of once and I'm just dizzy. Those are the ones you get secondhand from the breath. Yeah, dude. Yeah, where you, yeah, you could smell. It's just like, oh my god, is that Malort? At the funerals, my mom was nice. Yeah, see, oh, dude, I haven't gone to one like that yet. I don't know. I still have to have like, we already did like one thing for my mom, but I have to do a I guess it's called a memorial, but like we already did a memorial for her. It was just like, I have to, and I think something like that is what I want to do. Get the cousins that, partake together, because my mom was, she partook. I told the story here. You know what? I'm going to tell the story for anybody that doesn't know. So, my mom was actually like, I'm very happy about this. She got to see me have like a small degree of success doing this. Like, my channel had, I think at that point it just crossed over 1,000, and she saw that I had a awesome community, but she didn't understand how chat worked. So anytime that she wanted to chat, she would text me. And there were so many times that she'd be responding to somebody in chat, and I would be like, oh, and like I'd have to go find it. God, I miss it. But yeah, it was funny because the last time that I got to see her, I came home and told Stream about this. I'm so glad that my mom like that this happened, because I went back recently and watched the episode, and it was cool. That it was like so fresh, because my mom, she came and visited me, and this was after I did my harvest. So I had, I gave her like a nice little care package, and she didn't tell me where I was dropping her off. And she's just like, yeah, you're dropping me off at this, it's at this like plaza. I'm like, okay. She's like, yeah, you're meeting my friend. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, whatever. We pull up to this plaza, and it's like one of those medical plazas. I'm just like, what are you like going in? She's like, yeah, I'm a sponsor. I'm like, oh, what? I'm like, wait, what are you doing here? She's like, oh, this is a NA meeting. I was like, what? And she's got literally a pillow with her full, and I mean, it reeked. And she just like, she gives me a hug and just walks in, and then I'm like pulling out of the parking lot, and I'm just like, did I just Did my mom just walk into it? Oh my god. Yeah, it was pretty effing funny. That was, and you know what? I'm glad that is. I have a really good last physical memory of my mom, and I have I have good, like, really good memories. She texted me the night before it happened, and we talked the day before it happened, and yeah, it was really good. But anyway. Right before my Nana's passing at 96, she asked to FaceTime her nephews in Italy. She had never used technology before. It was so nice. Aw. Man. Yeah, I had to go down to Atlanta. Well, actually, I had to go down to Jacksonville, but, yeah. Pet mom stories can be wild. Yeah, my mom was... She was a wild spirit, man. She just did not give a shit. And I loved that about her. Also made her a bit, she was so, like, such a person that, like, not taking shit meant, like, yeah, she like, did this thing where she, she'd lose friends occasionally, where I'd just be like, oh, yeah, you talking to this person? And it was just like, oh, I haven't talked to her since, oh, my God, one of them, where you kind of found out that her friend was hitting on my mom's husband, and it was just like, oh, well, that's problematic. Yeah, and like I had met this woman, and I was like, okay, yeah, you need to, like, get her out of your life. Like, she is like, there's something broken in her where she is like a home wrecker, and it was like, no, don't even invite her to things. I understand that she's nice, but yeah, don't do that. Last memory of my Nona was we're asking for Kellogg's cornflakes, and I was running around at 10 p.m. Closing time, getting the woman her damn Kellogg's, no matter what. Me and my brother did that for my grandmother. The last thing she asked me for was a Milky Way. And we snuck that into the hospital. Shout out, Mom Pepper. Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I miss my mom. I'm glad I can talk about it now. Yesterday, I wasn't going to touch that subject because, yeah, Sunday was a little rough for me. I know I talked a little bit about it, but it sucks. It sucks to lose a parent. I mean, I had to have this talk with my friend yesterday where, again, without getting too into it, we kind of ended, like, our talk just kind of figuring out that it was like, man, we're just getting older, and we're getting older means seeing our parents get older, and it sucks, sad. Actually, no, Todd, not anymore. Well, according to the President of the United States. So, on a different note, can someone please make it impossible to judge shop? Yeah, that'd be great. I know it's impossible for us, like our class. We're not allowed to do that. She refused to go to the hospital and caused a cold black trying to get out. She also refused to lay in the hospital bed. Yeah, my dad was that way. Yeah, my grandma, she was also a problem. So, like, she knew it was coming, so she just wanted to go home, and they got her home, and like 2 days later, she passed. Like, she wanted to, she was like, I have to, like, I want to be in my home. You guys actually saw that exact house when you guys went on the pep walk with me. That was yeah. That was rough. But, you know what? It is one of those things where it was what it was. And, yeah, my dad, when he had his heart attack, not only did he drive himself 45 minutes to the hospital having a Widowmaker, which, yeah, that tracked with him. he got to the hospital. He's like, hey, your chest is a little tight, and my arm hurts. I kind of felt like, I was sweating. And he even says, like, it was the sweating that got me. He's like, I was sweating so fucking bad. He's like, I was just like, something's wrong. So they hook him up, and they're like, sir, you're having a massive heart attack. And he's like, what? They're like, you need to get ready for surgery now. And he was just like, oh, you're kidding me. And then, my favorite part of this story is when they asked him like what he was doing, and he's like, I was eating a fried bologna sandwich. And I was like, dude, my dad loved, and I say loved fried bologna sandwiches because now he's a kale guy. Like he did improve his diet. My dad, he that was a wake up call for him. Wow, Pep Dad, man. Yeah, dude. He's a fuck. I don't know. I like to equate my dad to like an old El Camino, where it's just like, how in the fuck is this thing still running? But it also sounds good. Like, and then when you like you open it up, you're just like, dude, this is a healthy car. Oh man. No, I'm the same. I walked myself to the hospital not long ago, passed out right in front, had to be revived again inside, and then all was good. Yeah, see, yeah, I've got a little bit of that in me where I don't think I would call 911. Unfortunately, I got that American in me. On a slightly brighter note, the suit against Trump's recent attempt at overturning the Presidential Documents Act got a restraining order put on them, destroying the Mar-a-Lago documents. So no destroying evidence for them. Yay! Good news. Woohoo! I'm excited for that. That's cool. When you've been dealing with health stuff long enough, you just kind of get the job done. Yeah, I've had that. I've been lucky, like, because I had a stomach ulcer that turned into a little bit of a bigger problem. I just barely dodged having like ulcerative colitis. Which, yeah, all before 20. That sucked though. Let's see, because I got diagnosed when I was like 9, and then when I was 14, I had a surgery, and yep, all good. Ouch, stomach ulcers are painful. Yeah, it was a stress thing. I got misdiagnosed with, again, they thought it was ulcerative colitis, but it turned out no, I just, was very, very stressed out. Turns out losing a grandparent that is like your parent, and then also, having a pretty stressful divorce, not great for a kid. Renal colic since I was 13. You're 31 now? Damn. Ooh. Yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, on top of dealing with cancer, my wife also got diagnosed with, oh shit, I forgot the name of it. It's the one where she can't have seeds. I know that she's probably listening. I think you guys know. I'm just kind of waiting. Here, give me a second. Sorry, guys. Chat froze again. Man, this is making this is making stream difficult to do today. All right, reset. There we go. Diverticulitis. Thank you. Yes, it's diverticulitis. No. Yeah, I mean, if you're saying no to my screen dying on me, you tell at 7's3 to fuck right off with all that Fed posting. Why are you telling yourself to fuck off? I just saw that. Also, Sevens, how you doing, man? If you don't want me using your real name, then cool. Me imagining things your mom might say. Oh. My mom didn't know what Fed posting was. No, she was more like, if we were talking about like random subject A, she'd be like, "Oh, that I like what that Sevens guy had to say about that. Can you tell him that that I agree with him?" It was a lot of that kind of stuff. I had to literally like say, "Oh, hey, my mom just texted me. She says that she likes X and YZ comment." Okay, what is going on with you? Look at him. Are you guys watching this little fucker? He is about to. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Nice kitty. Nice kitty. No, vicious kitty. Okay, can we... What the... What is going on with you? It looks like he's letting me have his paw. He wants to fight. Yes, he very much wants to fight. Okay, you want to fight. Here. Yep. I got your whisker. I got your whisker. Ah! Delicious. All right. Dude, stop. What the fuck? Okay. Just when the chat box was like one of the things that was kind of difficult to get around on stream here. Now I got this little gatekeeper. It's just like, if you want to type, then you must fight me. Are you gonna do this? Are we? Can we just get this out of your system, please? Because, yeah, the whole thing where you grab my hand and bite it. Sometimes. It's a little too hard. My cat left us a tiny shrew this morning. Really? That sucks. Tis but a flesh wound. Yeah, it's a little flesh. It's hurt. He has that thing where it's like he doesn't bite very hard when we're, like at the start of playing, but for some reason, man, like once he gets amped up, there's that one quick moment where he's just like, no! He will draw blood. The knights who say meow, that's you. Also. Okay, is this what we're doing? You're just gonna... Alright. You got this whole dog bed behind me, but no. The Trade Federation needs more battle droids. Are we the Trade Federation in this scenario? I think we are, right? Yeah, we're not the Republic. Man, it's so funny that we're like 5 firings deep. What do you mean, like 5 firings like from the Trump administration? All right, dude. You almost done here? Because I gotta use my keyboard. All right. You're warmer than the dog bed, though. Yeah. Cat's taming of the shrew. All right, so shrew's like a little field mouse, right? As I recall. Shrews probably carry the hantavirus as well. Just came in covered in mud. No! Oh, I hate when that happens. Yeah, Stan did that earlier. I was so upset. I was like, Admits to being guilty of acting as an agent of the Communist Chinese government. Oh, okay. Mayor of Arcadia? I don't even know where that is. Usually some variation of, it was just Democrats sabotaging him. Is it a possum? Wait, a shrew's a possum? Oh my god, the rest of this U.S. discovering hantavirus has been hilarious to us in New New Mexico? Yeah. No, again, the fact is, I've known about hantavirus just because, yeah, I've done jobs where I had to clean out, like, nasty-ass basements, so you find out just how dangerous that stuff is, so. I thought they're a mole. All right, that's it. Is a shrew... No, it's not a rodent. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, you're right. It's more like a mole. You were right. All right, Mitchell, you get the win. It's more akin to moles and hedgehogs than rodents. Oh. Oh, they're cute. Oh, they got long little noses. Oh. Oh, and your cat had to lessen the population by 1, huh? Dang. That sucks. She agreed to plea deal, faces 10 years. Oh shit. Crazy. Glad they caught her then. That's cool. One less mole. Hey, we're sitting here talking about moles, and now we're also talking about moles. Get it? Ha 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 ha. We're talking about, CIA stuff. Waka waka. All right, let's get to some watch mode stuff. Oh, shit. Give me a second. Of course. Why would this work? Oh, hey. Yeah. There we go. All right, so the Bears. I was going on a little tirade yesterday about the whole bill to keep them in Chicago. Well, turns out I might have been wrong about something. Bears pilot bill could net Chicago billions in tax exemptions.
And we are learning more tonight about the mega projects legislation and what
so,
it could
yeah,
mean
you know how
for
it's
the
like,
city of
oh, they're
Chicago
going to make
and
us,
taxpayers.
pay for this.
NBC5's Paris Schutz is live outside Soldier Field right now with much more on how this mega projects bill would provide billions in incentives for the city as the Bears are contemplating that move to Arlington Heights. Paris.
Yeah, Allison, I'm right in front of a bunch of train tracks just west of Soldier Field, but imagine instead a giant entertainment complex and a bunch of high-rises. Well, that's exactly what the developers behind One Central are proposing, but they say they need state assistance to do it. So the mega projects bill could provide exactly that. Arlington Heights is the focus of the Bears' mega projects legislation, but tucked into the massive bill, a provision that could raise billions in tax money to help build over train tracks or rail yards, like the One Central proposal.
So the idea is to
I hate to say it, I like this one.
look at a projection of what the future tax revenue would be at those sites and property taxes and sales taxes, and take a portion of that revenue and use it to sell bonds to finance the actual construction.
As long as it's not my fucking taxes.
State Senator Bill Cunningham is a sponsor of the mega.
Dude, they were talking about using county taxes, not just like, it doesn't matter if you live in Arlington Heights or not.
Projects bill. He says this.
And then that would also kind of go like around to the outer suburbs too, where
provision would
like this would fuck over like the entire Chicagoland area.
Also apply to the
if it was the other way around.
Michael Reese.
Hey, it's Cabrini Green. This is the last building that's left on Cabrini Green, right here.
Site on the south side, and the Amtrak rail yards off of Roosevelt Road and the Chicago River.
Yeah, actually, I like this plan because there's not a lot there.
Not coincidentally, where future White Sox owner Justin Ishbia wants to build a potential new stadium.
Stop trying to build a new stadium for the fucking White Sox. You can't fill the one you have.
But is a bill designed specifically for the Bears now
oh my God, I hate these fucking billionaire owners of teams.
Becoming a Christmas tree loaded with goodies for everyone?
I think one of the questions you heard raised multiple times, Paris, about the mega project proposal that is partially designed to help spur the Bears' development in Arlington Heights is that there was nothing in that bill for Chicago. Representative Buckner's idea and adding these elements to the bill that passed the House was to show that there is an economic development incentive in the legislative package that would specifically benefit Chicago.
One Central's developer, Landmarks Development, says its project qualifies and cites a state-sponsored study that concluded, quote, One Central could generate billions in additional
Yeah, that was Cabrini. Yeah, there's one building.
income growth and tax revenue, create thousands
just
of
like in the middle.
jobs, build public infrastructure, and revitalize neighborhoods. But Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and groups like the Illinois Federation of Teachers, led by Stacey Davis Gates, have been critical of the mega projects bill.
Oh, shut up already.
They say the tax money needs to go to schools.
Shut up with your... No, enough of our taxes go to the fucking schools. Can we stop?
And public services.
Dude, oh my God.
Not billion-dollar developers.
I mean, as much as I agree that, yes, the billionaire developers shouldn't get it, the way that they have it kind of planned with, like, they would end up paying through it for it through the bonds and the taxes on the actual properties.
So it's not just that provision. There are other things in here, things called star bonds and Nova bonds that could collectively raise more than $1 billion to go to developments in the city of Chicago. You heard some state senators from Chicago not on board with this legislation yet, but Senator Cunningham says he believes eventually they'll get to the finish line, maybe not this week.
I hope that they do. I hope that enough state senators kind of come to the table on this one.
Maybe not next week, but before the session.
I mean, Mike Simmons is going to have to vote on this.
Adjourns at the end of this month. Allison?
This is
So
his
much great
district over
information.
here.
I wish they would have started this conversation a long time ago, but hopefully they get it done. Thanks so much.
It's a little late in the game, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, a little late in the game.
Fourth quarter. All right.
Yeah, but that's, think of it, it's the Bears, dude. The Bears in the fourth quarter. That's literally how we, like, dude, that's how we got to the wild card last year. So don't talk to me about that shit. That's just how we play. All right. Trump, desperate ploy. And 18-cent gas tax, even though I personally think that this is not going to actually happen.
As the war in Iran rages, President Trump announced yesterday he was in favor of suspending the federal gas tax. This is according to the Wall Street Journal, which is basically writing up comments he told reporters in the Oval Office. We can put the first element up on the screen. Trump said, quote, I'm going to. He said gas prices will, quote, drop like a rock after the war. And when he was asked how long he would consider suspending the gas tax for, he said, quote, until it's appropriate. Worth noting where AAA has gas prices, the national average here, we can toss up on the screen, $4.50 a gallon. $4.50 a gallon as of today. When you scroll around the map, you see prices in California at $6.15, Michigan, $4.71, Illinois, almost $5 a gallon, $4.97. There are still some states where it's a bit lower, basically nowhere lower than $4 a gallon. In most places, much, much higher than $4 a gallon. So you can understand why President Trump would be feeling the pressure to take that federal gas.
Yeah, because now, like, when you got them southern states finally come into it where it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Tax and
this isn't great for us.
Spend it. Let's toss this Wall Street Journal element up on the screen as well. B3, looking down the barrel at what might be happening in California, just as we discussed, them already having sky-high gas prices. The Journal has this piece. Think $6 gas is bad? It's about to get even worse in California. Why is that? Well, the state just got its last shipment of Middle Eastern oil, Sagar. So the pain is about to be felt. This is the tip of the iceberg, I think, is actually probably the best way to put it. It's about to get much, much, much worse around the country, heading into the midterm elections. Summer travel season is then going to give way to fall election pressures. And you're at this point asking to turn the Titanic around when it comes to getting some of these refineries back up to capacity.
She's feeling good today.
Even if you were to wave a magic wand, end the war today, it's going to be a huge, huge problem for the administration. Last thing I'll say is Senator Josh Hawley introduced a bill yesterday that would actually allow President Trump to sign this into law. It's pretty clear he can't do this by executive action. So Republicans now getting on the bandwagon in Congress as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we're talking here about 18 cents a gallon. Like, that's just what we already have in Iran war tax. The Iran war tax is what, $1.50, something like that. You know, the California example is a very good one. It's something we've been trying to hammer home here because we always say, oh,
Brandon,
America is a net energy exporter. Yeah, that's true. But what do we learn is that each individual region.
Again, the only reason that you're here coping about this is because you understand that this is very bad for Trump, and inflation going up to 3.8% is also not good. Yeah, we're not even in COVID, and we're going right back to it. Cool, dude. Cool. Yeah, you don't get to do that thing where you're like, but it was $1.50. No, it wasn't.
Of the United States.
It wasn't the national average. Shut the fuck up.
Is uniquely vulnerable.
You also lie about everything, so keep going.
Vulnerable to the conditions for gas. That's why gas is a very different price in California than here. A lot of people like to talk about how California has a high gas tax. Definitely true. Don't get me wrong. However, 1/3 of California gas comes from the Middle East.
Right.
Why? Well, they have to import it. It's far away from a lot of the refineries. They don't want refineries in California. That
217.
You sign.
You're just a lying sack of shit.
Your own destiny.
You're a lying sack of shit again. It didn't reach past 8%. You lying sack of shit. You can't even lie right.
They don't want refineries. We haven't built any
dude.
refinery in this country since the 1970s. Most of them are being, constantly tinkered with and or updated, but brand new ones not happening.
It's also something that he inherited from Trump. That was Trump's economy. That was Trump's 8%.
If you compare the Chinese refineries to ours,
he got it down to 2.7%. We're back at 3.8%. The economy sucks under Trump. Suck it.
It's not even a question. Granted,
you're going to have to deal with that. Nobody cares about the past. Everybody cares about what they're dealing with now.
They have no environment.
And now you guys have no leg to fucking stand on. You're sitting here, you come in here and you're trying to be like, oh my God, Joe Biden. Blah, 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 blah. Ha 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 ha. Fucking losers.
Regs, they can do whatever they want. So, it's definitely kind of complicated. But the point.
Look at them. Look at them. They're so sad. They have to lie about everything.
The point is that 75% of the oil in California comes from somewhere else. Only 25% of it.
I don't care. Go vote for him again. He's literally making everything worse. He's making everything more expensive. Everybody hates him.
Is domestic. 1/3 of it comes from the Middle East. California is actually more reliant on crude oil shipments from Saudi, Iraq, and the UAE than any other state in the nation. Quote, it'll take a month or two for flows to resume. Then you still have all of the catching up to do. Right. And so Iraqi oil actually just came for the first time, I think, in a while to the shores of California. I mean, look at a map and think about how long it's going to take to get there. So gas prices as of Friday in California are $6.16 a gallon. Diesel costs about $7.50. That's $1.82 more. The state's stockpile of refined products such as jet fuel and diesel are, quote, increasingly strained as big Asian fuel suppliers, including South Korea, slow exports to California, are all being slowed down from everywhere else. Because, remember, California, because of all this importation of oil, means it's not only going to have the higher diesel price, but all of these other refined products, the things that we use. Only about 35,000 barrels a day of refined products are due to arrive from South Korea in May. That is down from 100,000 barrels a day in April.
Right.
And it doesn't help that 2 of the state's major refineries just closed in the last 6 months, cutting off 1/5 of its fuel-making capacity. Even if the Strait reopens, its closure has already withheld at least 1 billion barrels from the global market, and California is getting as little relief as large tankers from the Gulf Coast come in. The Trump administration, remember, they did the Jones Act. We've already spent enough time on the Jones Act here on the show. But the reason why I'm going deep into this is that California is a very, very extreme example. Like, put B2 up there on the screen just to show California at $6.15 a gallon. But let's take some other states with high gas. Illinois, for example, right? Illinois is at $4.90 a gallon. And in fact, Michigan and Indiana and Ohio all actually have very, very high gas.
It's almost like we have a fucking population density that's a lot higher.
Why? Well, what was I reading about?
Weird. How come these red states are also pretty high? What's up with that?
Refinery that happens to produce
Alaska. Why is Alaska high? Jeez.
The oil for those 3 states had a problem, an accident or something like that. And so that means that you have to take the oil off.
Oh, wait a minute. Ohio has the same gas prices. Weird.
Which means it's have to come from elsewhere via rail, via truck, whatever. And then same in the Northeast corridor. So Pennsylvania is at $4.66 a gallon. And in fact, you have pretty high gas, which is colored there in red, pretty much all along the Acela corridor. Even in the states where you have all these refineries and, it doesn't have to travel that far, let's say Oklahoma, you've got $3.94, and even Texas, the petroleum state, is at $4 a gallon. What this highlights is two things: the global commodity of oil, and two is just the sheer complexity of moving oil and gas all across the United States, and
what are you doing?
One of the things, it's a very interesting story, is one of the biggest trading firms in the oil markets is now betting that Trump will do an export ban. And what he's betting on is that, just to explain, the exact mechanism, he is betting on the spread between West Texas oil futures and Brent crude futures. The only way that would happen, even more so, is if we had an oil export ban. And this seems, again, like a clean talking point. Yeah, we'll just no more oil. But that doesn't account for California getting a third of its oil from the Middle East. So where's the rest of it going to come from? Are there refineries even set up to refine oil, let's say from Venezuela or from Texas or from anywhere else in the United States? And if they are, how can we even get the oil over? These are huge logistical problems to keep everybody on the road. And in the long run, it would actually create individual shortages, probably like in California or elsewhere. It might immediately actually lower the price here, but in a month, maybe 3, you would begin to see problems. And in 6 months, you're just going to straight up shortage.
Yeah, he is.
And also,
he's in a mood.
It would actually dry up one of Trump's biggest talking points, which is we're
you're not
making
going
so
up
much
there.
money
Stop.
off of this, which is technically true if you are in
Why are you being
Texas
like this?
or if you are an oil company who are making money hands over fist. So yeah, if you're in Midland or if you're a Houston strip club owner, you're doing great. Or a Ford F-150 dealer in Midland, it's money.
Billy
for
Bob
time.
Thornton,
Yeah, if you're
in the Taylor
landman,
Sheridan universe.
right, exactly. I actually met a fan of ours who's a literal landman. She was a woman though. It was interesting. So she was telling me about her landman.
I love it.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay. So apparently it's a real thing. I had no idea. But what you can actually see inside of this
Enjoy
is
yourself.
just the intricate nature in which all of this is just falling apart. Like the gas tax, the fact that we already haven't done it is nuts in my opinion, because 18 cents a gallon.
Can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So I just looked up the federal revenue from the federal gas tax every year. About $23 billion a year, according to Fox. How much have we spent on the Iran war so far?
Oh, more than that. Yeah.
The Pentagon's estimate, which is lowballing, is $25 billion.
Right. So it's just like one-on-one, right? So
It's
just
hey,
the
Rebecca,
gas tax.
good to see
But
you.
it's such a good example of what we prioritize and what we do not prioritize. And yes, we do need money to maintain federal highways and such, but we also don't need to start a war with Iran.
Yes.
Give me a fucking break.
I'm with you, all right? And yeah, it drives me nuts. Let's put B4 up there on the screen. Like, for example, this was what I was talking about in our earlier block, is how the Iran war is draining the world's oil buffer at an unprecedented pace. And they say global oil stockpiles have dropped by about 4.8 million barrels a day between March 1st and April 25th. Far exceeding the previous peak for a quarterly drawdown. Crude accounts for almost 60% of the decline and refined fuels of the rest. Crucially, the system actually does require a minimal amount of oil. And I think we've explained this before, where it's not that it's like going to zero is so catastrophic, for a refinery and others.
Lito
that
Atreides.
You need a
Yep.
minimal
That's
amount
his
of
name.
oil. Like, it's actually apparently better for a refinery to go from 100 to 10% than from 10 to 0. Because when you go to 0, I don't fully understand all of it, but it's bad things happen. You're not really supposed to turn it off. And if you do, it takes forever to turn it back on. So the minimal amount of oil that you need to maintain, like the current system, we're approaching that within the next 6 months to a year. Now, I realize it's like, oh, well, that's far away. Keep in mind, it's May 12th. The war began on February 28th. The war began when it was cold. Now it's not cold. Think about it that way. Almost full season. Like we're going into summer. So it's like,
well said.
It's been a while, actually, since the war started. So is it that inconceivable that you were to see it in 3 months from now? Not really, actually, considering
That's
the
why
way
it's so,
that everything has gone on. So 3 more months of
ridiculous
this,
that
which,
these
again, I don't...
oil futures were being, like, dude, they had them so low. It was insane.
don't think really is out of the question, considering the on again, off again, on again that the administration has walked us into. I don't know. I don't see a way out of $6 a gallon.
I don't think you're wrong. And I mean, obviously, I support like more domestic production on this front, and if it forces that, I think maybe there's a sick silver lining to all of this, but I don't think that's actually what's happening at all. Let's put this Fortune headline on the screen. This is B5, another huge part of this. The headline here is Iran war is draining world's oil buffer at an unprecedented pace. And then we can move on also to the Financial Times headline. This is B5, fuel, munitions, and food. Trump's Iran war rips across U.S. economy. This is not just about gas. Not just about gas. It is about prices that are going to increase across the board because of how fully integrated into every product, plastics, for example, that gas is. And you're going to have, obviously, what the Biden administration dubbed greedflation. No question about it. Already seeing it across the economy as well. So it is just a geopolitical mess. You don't need us to tell you that. But when you look at some of these, you just pull at some of these
Yeah, but what's scary is the fact that the Democrats are not doing anything.
threads.
They're not saying anything. Their approvals are abysmal.
Extent of it becomes obvious. I mean,
dude, they should be riding this into like record high approval ratings, but they haven't done a damn thing. They're not out there offering any counter proposals. They're not even putting up a fight.
World oil reserves here, Soccer. That's you like you said, there's just his path to climbing out of this before the midterms, but at all.
Oh, kiss that.
Biden opened a whole bunch of fucking fracking fields. Shut the fuck up.
What you pointed to, the Financial Times story,
Nobody cares.
it really is worth
Brandon,
going through.
Nobody cares about Biden. Nobody cares about what Trump did in his first term. We're living in the now. The now is the second year into Trump's BS, and guess what? It's still not doing anything. He said he'd fix it within a year. He didn't. And now everybody is kind of coming to terms with it. And like I keep saying, the people of America that did not show up for Kamala, they're looking to show up now against Trump again because they got proven wrong. You have enough independents that voted for him this last time that are going to come out and be like, no, fuck him. He said no new wars, and then he increased the prices of everything. That's enough for people to just say, fuck him. They're not fans like you. That's what you don't see. Nobody gives a shit about the stuff that you're going on about, man. Plain and simple. You're kind of embarrassing yourself.
Some of it. The direct price from the government is $25 billion. So what's the real number? 50? Probably, maybe 60, something like that. And then if you start to go into all of the actual costs of the munitions, which, if anybody watching the show, we've gone through that ad nauseum. Mark Kelly recently just said the quiet part out loud, and the Pentagon wants to prosecute him because he was like, yeah, it turns out that we're like critically low. I mean, you don't need a classified briefing to learn that. You could just look at a spreadsheet. It's very obvious. But really what we're all seeing inside of it is from the fuel export problems, the already keeping interest rates and all of that high, then the crazy part about it too is I think it's consumer sentiment at an all-time low. We're going to talk about that a little bit with Derek. You've got AI kind of holding up the stock market. You've basically got healthcare holding up the rest of the jobs market. But the
Honestly,
actual consumer experience,
the reason that they didn't show up for Harris is because they really didn't feel like they had a choice in Harris. But the main problem that people had during the 2024 election was how the Democrats ignored the economy. Brandon, you might want to take a lesson from this one.
Miserable on a day-to-day.
It didn't help that anybody in the Democratic Party or even just the, commentary space was just like, yeah, Bidenomics, it's
basis. And gas, I think
it's just fine.
It was already bad, going into this, not just because of tariffs, but largely as a result. It's tariffs plus, really, of like the continuation.
Protest votes. That was like number, 10?
Of a lot of these economic forces. And
we're going to watch the CONTRAPOINTS, Brianna Joy Gray.
I think this just really put, it lit that feeling on fire.
Not the whole thing.
Yes. Much like Biden, things were already a problem for Biden, and then the Ukraine war happened. It eliminated it.
No, that's a really good point about the tariffs too, because the question of whether or not there's certainty over investing in the United States for the future, manufacturing, business, and the like, exports, that was already precarious. And there were a lot of countries, I mean, the BRICS meeting is in September. So the realignment of some of these really big geopolitical relationships is happening right now in a sense that the Iran war thrust some of this over the edge, right? Like it was already in motion, starting to gel, and then the Iran war just puts that into hyperdrive. So it's really, I mean, for Trump to leave office with a genuine sense of having redrawn the world for the interests of America first. Whatever that was like before the Iran war has become, the odds have become infinitesimally small after.
Can I give you a prediction for China?
Let's do it.
Trump, there's already a report out there. Trump is considering a $1 trillion investment package from China.
Yes.
Here's what I predict.
Do you see?
We will have Chinese EVs in this country in the next 5 years. That's my
a
prediction.
great prediction.
That's my prediction.
Did you see? So Laura Ingraham reacted to that right away and said, like, catastrophic mistake
It's gonna happen.
on the brink.
It's going to happen. It's over.
He loves it. He loves it.
It's not that
I
he
actually
loves
agree
it.
with him on this.
It's the stars aligned.
And I'm
for
looking
China.
forward to it.
I just love it too.
No, of course he does. But
They got some fucking killer EVs.
what I'm saying is, they have been.
Elon is about to turn on him, though.
They're waiting. They know he loves investment. They're going to take the Toyota deal, which is you can build here, but you have to build in America. They're going to wave across all the IP things, and there will be within 5 years.
Toyota's not a Chinese company, numbnuts.
There will be BYD cars.
He is a fucking absolute idiot
on the road in the U.S. That's my prediction.
Did he really?
And they will be built. They will almost certainly be built here. But that is the deal that they're going to strike with Trump, because he loves the the investment, and they're going to pledge all of this stuff. What they're good for the money. We have the largest consumer market in the world. That's my prediction.
He's going to then have to bomb Karg Island to keep the neocons happy.
Right.
Because they're going to be so pissed off.
They'll stay quiet. All they care about is Israel. They don't actually care about China. Which is kind of how it's always been. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show.
Heard nothing but good things about their
if
EVs.
you'd like to get
Yeah,
the full
dude.
show,
The truck
ad-free,
is
and
the
in your
big one where I
inbox
was like,
every morning,
damn.
you can sign up at Break.
And it's like only 30K. All right, here's the tax holiday breakdown.
He's considering suspending the federal gas tax. Eliminating the fee would lower prices roughly 18 cents a gallon, but he needs Congress's help to do it.
And the thing is, Congress is not exactly too thrilled with doing that, because right now we don't have, like, they've already taken a whole bunch of our budget and just pissed it away into this war. They've already cut the social programs, and they're going after Medicaid even harder. Like, what else are they gonna milk from us? And honestly, how much more is America willing to take on this one? Like, damn, dude.
Gas Buddy, head of petroleum analysis, Patrick DeHaan's here for more. Hi, Patrick. What impact would suspending the federal gas tax have?
Well, it certainly would send gasoline prices down, although gas prices would still remain far higher as the strait remains closed. It would likely lead to relief of roughly 17 to 18 cents per gallon on gasoline and close to 22 to 23 cents a gallon on diesel. Depends on when the tax suspension would become effective. Motorists may either see the 18-cent rollback at the pump, or if the price of oil is surging at the same time the suspension goes into effect, well, some of that could be offset by a rise in oil prices if it happens at the same time. So it's not guaranteed that consumers will see the 18-cent rollback, but it certainly could be something that does offer temporary relief to motorists at a cost of roughly $2.1 billion to the Federal Highway Trust Fund.
It's meaningless,
that is what it would cost every month if this suspension goes into effect.
The latest CPI report shows inflation at its highest level in 3 years. How much are oil and gas prices driving those higher prices?
Well, there's certainly a significant component of it, especially as gasoline prices reach new multi-year highs. The national average right now at about $4.50 a gallon. And just moments ago, we did start to see prices in Michigan and areas of the Great Lakes re-accelerating, with diesel prices jumping well above the $6 mark at most stations. So, and that's the diesel number that's very impactful to the broader U.S. economy. Of course, many of the goods that get to grocery stores and the retail level get there through diesel and through semi-trucks, and that is extremely impactful. And we are likely to see those numbers grow even more as we get into the month of May, as the higher prices for both gasoline and diesel start trickling down to the costs that consumers are paying.
Our latest poll shows about 63% of Americans say their household's personal financial situation has taken a hit. Short of a peace deal, do you see signs of improvement anytime soon?
Unfortunately not. The $28 billion Americans have cumulatively spent more on gasoline since March 1st will likely continue to grow. By Memorial Day, it could be north of $35 billion. And this is not going to start declining until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. Even with that federal gas tax potentially reducing prices 18 cents a gallon on gasoline, Americans are still paying much, much more than they did a year ago. And really the only answer to significant relief would be some reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
China's a major buyer of Iranian oil. What are you watching for as the president heads to Beijing this week?
Certainly, there could be more pressure on the president from China, who's a major recipient of a lot of that crude oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So there will be interesting to see how much pressure that we do see on the president. Now, as your previous correspondent had talked about, there's increasing pressure on Iran as well as oil starts to back up. And there's pressure on the president, obviously, who's now looking at potentially suspending the federal gas tax. And I don't know that either side is going to blink first, but there is pressure building on something to happen. Just hard to know exactly how much more consumers are going to see in terms of pain at the pump until that pressure
Suspend
reaches
all federal
a boiling
taxes.
Point. Gas Buddies, Patrick DeHaan. We appreciate it. Patrick, thank you.
Yep,
Thanks, Sam.
totally realistic. Epstein fallout.
Sup, you beaut.
We will go through this in a minute.
We're back with some breaking inflation data and what could be the clearest.
I already technically watched this on Propaganda, but this one is a good inflation report.
Let's look at the economic impact of the Iran war.
Yeah, in April, inflation rose 3.8% year over year. That's the highest level in nearly 3 years. It was up 0.6% month over month.
Here with us is NBC News Chief Business Correspondent Christine Romans. We're also joined by Investopedia's Editor-in-Chief and Chief Business Editor of People Inc., Caleb Silver. Good morning to you both. Christine, I'll start with you just to walk us through these numbers. What are they showing? How do they compare with previous months?
Well, Lord Dementis, that's kind of a problem considering that some of the red states already suspended their gas tax and their, they also have their whole well, we don't tax that high. That's why the blue states are the highest tax.
Look, 3.8% just shows you how hot the Iran war is driving up prices here. This is a significant jump here. 3.8%. Remember, the Federal Reserve thinks 2% is the sweet spot for inflation.
Weird, and it's going the wrong
shows
way.
You how those higher energy prices are fueling in to just about everything overall here. And it's not just the energy prices. It is gas prices, but it's also this. By the way, this is the government shutdown, so you can't actually see what prices were there. But now we're more
I swear, there's something
here. So those
there.
higher energy prices starting to feed
as far
through
as
everything.
I mean, really?
I'm looking at
ironic.
airfares up almost 21% over the past year.
Caleb, we expected it to go up, but what's your reaction to this number?
Yeah, hot, but especially in the places where we have to spend money. So obviously that's gasoline, that's diesel, and that affects things like fertilizer prices. It goes right through the supply chain. So this ends up really at the grocery store where you still see food prices very high. Some of that is due, obviously, to diesel prices and fertilizer prices. But we just have this general trend of higher inflation.
Yeah, tariffs and greedflation. I mean, he doesn't use that term at all here, just calling out the blatant greed that's also happening.
Christine mentioned the Fed likes inflation around 2%. Those days are long gone. Consumers know inflation probably isn't even 3.8%. It's higher than that when you think about the things we buy on a daily basis.
Yeah, and Christine, let's go through those categories because I know that's where we are seeing the pain. Yeah. Caleb just said food, energy, shelter.
Yeah, these numbers are hot off the presses, and there's a lot of them in here, and some that I really am interested in. Fresh fruits and vegetables, those are more expensive. Household furnishings, airfare. You know what I see, and I bet Caleb agrees with me, I see
Brandon, nobody cares.
things that are shipped with diesel, which is...
Nobody's buying into the illegal immigrants being the reason that costs are high. Nobody fucking cares. The other thing is it kind of flies in the face of the argument that Trump got rid of a whole bunch of people and also closed the borders. Which one is it? Are the borders wide open and we have immigrants still taking all our money?
Stuff in the United States that gets to your store.
Or is it that it's a bullshit argument to begin with? This war is robbing us, literally, him causing this war has robbed us, plain and simple. And he's also giving sweetheart deals to all the billionaires that are his buddies.
Those things
insider
cost
trading,
more
all that.
Because, look, farmers, ranchers, shippers,
Like, shut
small
the fuck
businesses,
up. Nobody cares, man. You're dealing with the most corrupt president ever.
they have
And you're sitting here like,
a
illegals.
significant new cost that they have
It's genuinely getting kind of funny, where it's like, oh, you guys got nothing.
to deal with. Diesel
It's
prices
the
are
same bullshit
$2
over and
more
over.
today
You might
than
as
they
well,
were
if you're not a bot, you might as well be.
for a year ago. These are those gas prices, about $4.50 here right now. And here's something
Yep.
else. What we're hearing from economists and the brainiacs who study this is they think that the energy shock is just beginning to come into these numbers, that we have a lot more pain ahead, especially with no real off-ramp in sight here for getting energy costs under control in the near term.
And Caleb, you mentioned the Fed. We know it meets next month. I have to imagine this just locks in what was already
Dude, Saudi Arabia literally give Trump a fucking plane. Shut the fuck up.
inevitable.
Nobody cares.
For them?
Again, this is my favorite part about this shit, is for every talking point they have, it's just so easy to be like,
Yeah, you mean in 36 days?
No one cares.
5 hours and 13 minutes. We'll probably have a new Fed chair by then, Kevin Moore.
Hunter Biden, no one cares.
Confirmation hearing set for today. And the inkling was for rates to go down. Rates aren't going anywhere. I just looked out until the meeting in September. You actually see a 9% probability of a rate increase by then if inflation doesn't cool.
How possible is that? I mean, that's
We're looking
realistic
at
this point?
three months, so it really depends on the duration of this war,
Yep.
how high oil prices stay for how long. That's going to impact just about everything. And then the Fed's going to have a very tricky decision on its hands, probably with a new Fed chair in charge.
Christine, this is the first time that inflation has outpaced wage growth since 2023, a while here. What does this mean for consumers whose budgets are already under pressure when you have a fact like that?
Look, the consumer sentiment indicators have been telling us this. People feel like the money's not lasting the month. And guess what? The numbers show the money's not lasting the month. The money that you're making, your wages are growing 3.6%, your costs are rising 3.8%. That's your purchasing power. And that is why I think
No, he got it because he takes bribes.
so many people
The thing is, he's owned and he's being completely puppeted by the Saudis and Israel.
have felt so rotten
It's just as bad as Biden.
about the economy.
Actually, I'd say that the strings are even thicker on Trump.
To piggyback on what Caleb said about the
Weird.
Fed, you know, even at the last Fed meeting, there were 3 Fed governors who didn't even want to indicate that maybe the next move would be a cut. It was equally likely that there could be an interest rate increase. We've seen a decent
No one cares.
job number in the interim. So if the job market's okay and you've got hot inflation numbers like this, the idea is why
Man, the bots have to work overtime to try and convince people that things are great.
wouldn't the Fed be wanting to raise interest rates to not have a repeat of the last time we were in this kind of a zone?
Yeah,
Remember
weird.
when
It's
they
almost
were
like we also have like a historic precedent for this.
raising interest rates too late to try to cut, to try to combat inflation. So there's some recent memory here on the Fed, people on the Fed board who don't want inflation to get out of control.
So for everyday Americans, they can't control what the Fed does, but what's some advice you have for them who are trying to manage the fact that maybe they're even losing money right now because inflation is outpacing wages?
They are. The value of the dollar just keeps declining. Brace yourself for it. And consumers aren't stupid. They know that inflation is going to.
Yeah, somebody brought up that like if the jobs report is even real, that it's most likely being propped up by technically false data, because what's happening is people are getting 2 jobs, 3 jobs.
Be here for a while. I was looking at consumer expectations
just to keep up with the inflation.
For inflation throughout the rest of the year. We think it's going to be around 4.5%. So use that as your baseline and build your financial plan around that, because prices aren't going down anytime soon.
Yep, good job.
Caleb, Christine, thank you both.
Good job,
for
Trump.
taking us through some breaking news. We appreciate it.
We thank you for watching.
So happy that and here's his response to everybody's worries about the rising costs. And what? How are Americans' financial situations
Even a little bit. The only
influencing how he's going to make this deal?
thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't
Oops.
think about anybody.
He just gave the Democrats an easy layup, but are they going to use it? Likely
I
not.
think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear
Also,
weapon.
thank you for
That's all.
the,
That's the only
what
thing that
was
matters.
that? Why did it not register? Oh, the laughing disco ball. Thank you.
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about...
Yeah. The thing is, most Americans, it's kind of weird. They like bought into that for a minute because, like, you know, as long as the gas prices didn't go too high and prices didn't get too high, it was like, yeah, you know what? I guess it's worth it for them not to have a nuke. Now people are kind of coming around where they're like, I don't think they were close to a nuke, and I think that we're wasting our money. Dude, whatever, man. Let him keep betting that people are not going to eventually turn on this. Okay, so America's quickly becoming Sin Nation. I saved this to watch with you guys because this is hilarious. We have some prude coming on here talking about how America declined, and guess what he brings up?
So Jim Vandehei, your latest piece with Mike Allen for Axios is titled Scaling Sin. And in it, you write about what's behind the rise of vices in the U.S., including gambling, cannabis use, and internet pornography.
Oh, my God.
Tell us more.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a scold, but...
You totally are.
If you look at what's happened at the national level and you look at what's happened at the state level, and it's happened very slowly and bit by bit, but suddenly, if you're a young person, you can bet on anything, not just sports. You can bet on anything from your phone. You can invest in anything.
Yeah, money in general.
From your phone.
Yeah.
You can get not just porn, you can like manufacture your own porn on your phone. And then you
God
can...
forbid I go play a card game somewhere. That's not what this is.
Most states going...
No, it's literally betting markets and being able to just use like the sports betting. Dude, go play in the casinos all day. Like, I was fine with that. When it actually took like the act of going and doing this, that was kind of like, all right, I might not agree with it because I know that gambling ruins people's lives, but they have gone out of their way to be like, gambling addiction's not real. Look at all these betting markets you can be part of.
And get weed that's probably 50 times as powerful as the weed when we were young. And little by little, you put those things together and you start to see why that there's a surge in the behaviors that flow from doing those three things. And I don't think anyone set out to necessarily scale sin, but little by little, we're all
Golden
Las
calf.
Vegas now. And if you're a state, you have this heavy incentive to allow it because there's a lot of
Golden cankle
tax revenue
more
that
like
flows from it. And it's been
Look at the cankle. They did such a good job. They got all of the details.
kind of bipartisan. It's not just a Republican or a Democratic state that's doing it. It's both sides. And you take something like especially pornography, and you take these new technologies where, you know, you see this massive explosion of people utilizing these technologies to create, you know, seemingly real pornography scenes using real people, but augmenting it with technology. And so you've got
Okay, so he's talking about AI.
all these new things that younger people in particular
are
having to deal with on top of all the stress.
Surprise! I'm actually kind of young. Well, let's wait till he gets to the cannabis side of this.
And I don't know that society's even thought that deeply about it because there's so much other stuff going on, like the stuff we talk about on the show.
Except this is all devastating to younger Americans. Pornography is devastating to younger Americans. Gambling, devastating to all Americans. But again, early training them to gamble on everything is devastating. And something that's always been a major concern. And I've sounded like a scold for years. In fact, I think I wrote an article in Politico when you were there about marijuana and this idea that for young people it's harmless. And if you try to talk about the dangers of massive marijuana use when your brain is developing, when you're a teenager, when you're in your 20s. You know, people are going,
you know what? This guy ain't wrong. Yeah, Zach, I'm kind of finding myself going,
Reefer Madness, man. Yeah, I saw that movie. You look at science now.
I don't agree with him on the THC thing because it actually has been proven that because it's regulated now, it is harder to get on the street.
New York Times is saying it's anything.
So.
The New York Times is saying that cannabis is anything but harmless for young minds. It causes incredible problems, especially for teenagers, especially for people in the early to mid-20s.
Lucifer's lettuce.
And yet, what message are they getting? It's fine. It's legal.
Yeah.
So I guess it's okay for me to do.
And it kind of happened overnight, right? Things that were completely.
Yeah, because that doesn't happen with alcohol. There's never been anything provably wrong with alcohol.
Illegal, and something
talking about
that would have been like you would never be able to talk about it in public is now commonplace.
Gotta think of the children. The children.
And I'm not saying you have to regulate this stuff.
It's always the same assholes too.
The business. I am saying that it's interesting that we've done this and we've not done any education to younger people about the consequences of gambling, the consequences of pornography, the consequences of smoking weed that is exponentially stronger, I think, than most people realize. And any common sense person would be like, obviously, that's going to have some effect on people, just like now we're suddenly
Again, this is fear-mongering bullshit. The thing is, you can literally cultivate it now. Now it's not just guessing.
realizing that
You do understand how much more dangerous it is to, like, want to buy a sack, and then all of a sudden you buy it from somebody that you don't know, which is how we used to acquire it. And then, oh, look at that. They put a little spice in there.
hey, if you drink a lot of booze,
Hey, G-Man, what up?
it might not necessarily always be great for you. Like, we weren't even told that when we were young. So these new things happen, but they're kind of happening all at once, and it's happening to a generation that is so phone fluent. They're used to just sitting at home looking at other people, and now they can not just look at other people, they can access all of this from their couch without ever leaving home. And so at the very least, you think you would want your young people being taught how to use these technologies sensibly, understand the downside risk of the things that we were taught at a young age. But you probably shouldn't do this. Here's why you should.
What in the fuck? Now you're like, so now it's turning from like doom scrolling, and he's saying that because we get high, it leads to doom scroll. Get again. Look at this. Look at this panel of a nightmare blunt rotation. Like, holy shit.
Do it. I think a lot of people don't hear that, and you're starting to see it in the numbers.
Wow.
Yeah, and Jim, this is devastating for.
And again, they didn't bring up alcohol. This is why I'm calling bullshit on this one. This one's paid. This is literally paid for by the alcohol and tobacco industry.
For all younger.
I wouldn't be shocked for them to just be like, yeah, did you know that cigarettes are all of a sudden technically good for you?
Americans, but especially men. You look at porn, you look at gambling, you look at weed. I mean, it's young men who are disproportionately impacted by this. And
I think that Mika actually doesn't even buy this. I think that this is like a vendetta that Joe has.
It's causing a real crisis.
It's not. No. This is a manufactured crisis by fucking prude asses like you and Sagar.
I don't want to be one of those, hey, you damn kids. Like,
yeah, no, you really are, though. You are.
Stop doing that. But
no, you are. That's exactly what you are. You just fucking nailed it.
One of the things you should watch is anyone should spend a little time looking at what they call
it's kind of okay if you do tell, like, 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds, yeah, you know what? You should probably lay off the gambling. You should probably lay off the cannabis. You should probably lay off the porn. It's going to have long-term impacts on you while your brain is developing. These are people.
Did you know that the more you tell people not to do something, the more it makes it appealing? It's almost like, I don't know.
Well,
you would know that if you raised kids, I guess,
you know,
which apparently he did.
Sometimes you wonder whether you should even trust them with car keys, let alone all of this.
There's a great documentary, I think it's on Netflix, about the manosphere that people should watch, or you should go follow some of these young men that young men follow who just glorify treating women like crap, doing drugs, gambling on everything, trying to maximize your look by doing things that have not.
So Clav, okay, but he doesn't smoke weed. Like, you're just trying to fucking. These guys are fucking, like, the worst types of squares.
Medically cleared. Like, that's the stuff that gets fed into kids' brains.
Yeah, this is some fucking propaganda bullshit.
And again, just being aware of it and teaching kids that, like, you need some proper, like, digital hygiene to be able to navigate what is a really wild world. And I just don't think anyone's getting that almost anywhere now.
All right, Jim Vandehei with the quote of the morning. We are all Las Vegas now. Great. Thank you very much. You can read the new piece, Scaling Sin. It's online now.
Yeah, no, I'm good on that. All right, so we got the KASH PATEL thing coming up here. All right, let's see. You know what? No, I got this video game thing. This is pretty funny.
You know this group that calls themselves Secret Handshake? Nobody really knows who they are, but they're the group that keeps keeps putting up different life-size statues of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, like this one on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. You may remember they also did the big golden toilet on the National Mall.
This was hilarious.
Hey, just what we needed. Well, today the folks at Secret Handshake, whoever they are, they have a new installation in the nation's capital. Trump decided to call his war in Iran Operation Epic Fury, which is hilarious in its own right. But behold, Operation Epic Furious. Straight to hell. Straight as in Strait of Hormuz. This is a real, fully functioning, old-school arcade game, a couple of them, stationed at the War Memorial in Washington, D.C. You can go see them there. They're out in public. They work. You can play them.
It's an RPG. Oh my God, I want to play this so bad.
And if you're not in D.C., you can still take a crack at this thing online. Secret Handshake made an online version of this video game so you can play at home. Basic ideas in the game. You play as if you are President Trump deciding to invade Iran. You start the game behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, and your options then are either to...
Oh my God, it is.
...order a Diet Coke or to invade Iran. You can order as many Diet Cokes as you want. They just pile up there on the desk, one after another. Then you might see the other thing. See the fireplace in the Oval Office?
The thing is, it's actually pretty well made.
If you walk up over to the fireplace, you can start setting Epstein files on fire. Every time you throw one of the Epstein files in.
I want to play this so bad. And they got the statue.
How many of them are still left to burn? So you might be there a while doing that one by one. Once you stop ordering Diet Cokes and burning Epstein files, you can then leave the White House by helicopter to go fight bad guys in Iran.
Oh my God.
Bad guys like this.
It's Final Fantasy.
This low-flow showerhead.
Low-flow showerhead monster.
If you do good fighting, you can earn oil and also Truth Social posts written on rolls of toilet paper.
Oh my God.
But if you actually want to post the Truth Social posts, you have to find the secret golden toilet inside.
Dude, they make it so you have to poop tweet.
Inside the military base and then flush the rolls of toilet paper down the drain.
Oh, this is the greatest.
But not so fast. That's not the end. The only way to end the game is to go back to the White House and see Melania. And the first thing she says to you when you see her is, "I was never on the Epstein jet." She will then ask you if you have burned all the Epstein files. You can tell her you are working on it, or you can ask
we hold hands?
to hold her hand. In which case, game over. I'm terrible at video games. I spent way too much time with this today. I got to tell you,
so Rachel Maddow sat there and played the whole game.
one point,
that's hilarious.
JD Vance pops up in Iran and tells Trump that he has been taking all his cognitive tests for him, boss. And I laughed out loud and messed up the whole game and had to start over. Anyway, we will post the link on maddowblog.com if you want to try it out. Operation Epic Furious. There are live arcade games of this at the War Memorial in Washington, D.C. right now, and you can play it online. This is from the folks at...
You can play it online. I am so playing this.
Do not know
guys, I think I know what I'm doing on stream tomorrow.
who they are, but honestly,
Epic Furious. Is it on Steam? Where to play? EpicFurious.com. Here we go. Oh my God, dude. Hold on. This is it. Dude. Hey, boss, just saw on Truth Social you declared war on Iran. Hell yeah! Some call it a war. I call it renovating my Middle East ballroom. My delts are my delts are combat ready. Let's liberate some oil. Go outside and borrow Kid Rock's helicopter to get to the war zone. Oh my god. It's got a counter. Alright, let's go for a walk. Listen, who is this? I'm gonna stand on a couch. Oh, look, my tie. My tie is so long. Wait, can I go to the... Oh, this is just like point and click. Wait, can I talk to Melania? Yeah, wait, I'm so hungry. Oh my god, I'm literally playing this like, wait. Can I not pick up the papers? Wait, this seems like what am I missing here? Just quit already. Oh my god. Wait, more pages. Come on, pick up the page. Pick it up. Explore the rock thing? Alright. Let's do an explorer. Yeah, I really... Alright, let's just go out. Fuck it. Wait, before you go stealing oil, maybe a war crime. Let's call it something else then. How about... Wait, shit. Genius, sir. People love stealing loot from Diddy. Ready to rock Iran back to the Stone Age. Here, let's go, hell yes. Oh my god! What? I'll fight this war and win it by hamburger o'clock. The whole way. Mr. President, all your masculinity is overwhelming. Capture all of the lube in Iran and ship it home through the always open Strait of Hormuz. Thanks, JD. And I filled out a few more of those cognitive tests for you. Tee-hee. Good. Go get the lube. Must get the lube. All right, let's get the lube. We got the lube. Oh my god. Angry terrorists emerge. Fight. Angry terrorists. Take that with my meat tweet. Fight. Attack. Angry terrorist. That's not the angry terrorist. Oh no, my magic healing potion. Bro. Little did you know that I was a little bit of a black mage. I knew this guy. People accused him of having blackface. Wore a blue jacket. Yeah, take that, terrorist. Phone. No. Yeah. Take that. I'm the winner. Nobody does video games better than me. All right, let's go. All right. Oh, that's a table. Wait, is this secret area? No, that would be a secret area in any other game. All right, let's fight this guy. Let's go. Jesus Power Tomahawk? Oh, I don't have enough MP. civilian. Totally not a war crime. Bro. Didn't even get to use the special. I want to use the special. I want to see what it does. All right, level 7. Alternative facts added to abilities. Yes! I hate that this game is actually pretty good. Elon Musk. Oh my God, he's drooling. Oh, hi, Donald. I'm just here watching over the bones of my sworn enemies. International aid workers. Lube acquired. Alright, so this is pretty much just point and click, but I might still use the, Oh, there's nothing over here. Man, this is nothing like Pokemon. If this was Pokemon, I totally would have just walked in, and there would have been a Geodude. Me, Geodude's great again. I gotta say, I'm not enjoying this part, because I thought that I was gonna be able to go down here. Wait, how do I get out of here? Oh, I hate levels like this in general, where it's just like, wait. Call it a drone strike. Oh, I got a hamburger. Big Mac found, political power, magic power restored. Oh, Epstein files. Oh boy, let's get some Epstein files. Do I not talk to any of these guys? Oh, here we go. Sir, I have a bad case of ED, epic destruction. Also, the other one. Now get back out there and continue to crush these games. Cash Patel. Bro. Capcom 2, sir. The keg is super foamy and we lost both the beer pong balls. Oh my God, I love this. Get me out of here. Oh God. What are you doing with the art? This? I'm pointing towards the future. Space. Actually, while you're here, could you help me with something? What do you guys think? Yes, or should I have time? I don't have time. I don't have time for this garbage, right? Fuck it. Let's see. I seem to have misplaced one of my illegitimate children. Can you help me find him? I hate babies. That's all right. I got more than I can count. Actually, while you're here, could you help me find something? Yeah, fine. Lost my children. His name is 10011001. Forget non-binary. This baby is only binary. Ha 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 ha. Please find 100101. Have you found him yet? Is he a toilet baby? I don't know. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the orangest of them all? Oh wait, I need to find the golden toilet. That's right. Where's this baby? Now I kind of want to find the. I mean, is this like a extra thing I need to do here? Let's see. Wait. Oh, the executive bathroom is under construction. All right, I gotta go find more lube. Let's find some lube. Oh God, it's RFK's gym. Planet Falafel. Jesus fucking Christ. Bad news, sir. Oh, bad news, sir. We can't defeat these guys in battle. There's only one way to defeat these barbarians. Take off your shirt and let's do some pull-ups. Hell yes, my testosterone is peaking. Can I get the loop first? How could this be? He's weekend. Finish him off, boss. Looks Max are terrorists. No. Is now level 8. Power grab added to abilities. Oh my God. All right, we got some more lube, guys. We got more lube. What do you guys think? Should I call him the strike? I mean, it doesn't look like this is definitely not like Final Fantasy where there's like a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna call him the strike. Let's go. Kaboom. Oh, look, it's him. Mr. President, I fired all the Iranian intelligence officials like you said and replaced them with grok. It turns out that this facility has a secretive criminal headquarters of operational losers. That's right, a school. Dude, a school? My son Eric was defeated by one of those. Bird. What the fuck? Wow, this is, down, left, right. Is that a thing in this game? Wait. Up, down, left, right, E. No, I'm not doing that. That's not cool. Dude, this whole game is just like, wow. Donald J. Trump was victorious. 50 XP received. 8 kill. 9 full pardon. I got full pardon. Yeah, baby, let's go. All right, gotta take the loop. Take this. You don't understand what you're who you're messing with. Come on. One more. Let's get me one more attack. Everybody needs the special attack. Ridiculous. Here we go. I'm gonna fight. Let's do it. Jet power tomahawk. Manosphere ability. This is this is a lot. I found a burger and a trophy. The Taco Bell Ceasefire Award. I'm just gonna walk up here. Yeah, you know, they didn't even animate it. It's okay. Calling in the drone strike. Not yet. Wait, is little Marco still just hanging out here? Yeah, let's call in that drone strike. Fuck it. Kaboom. Dude, this is Couch Depot. Oh. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that JD is poking his something around here. Is that JD Vance? Where's JD? Wait a minute. Where's my vice president? There he is. Look at him. Beautiful son of a bitch. Oh, sir, what are you doing here? Just dominating the expansion of the American Empire. Wait, what is this place? It's not what you think it, but unrelated. I seem to have lost my couch stain remover. Can you help me find it? Oh, thank goodness. I'll just continue dominating the Ottoman Empire. Come talk to me when you found my cleaner. All right, let's see. Where's the cleaner? Where's the cleaner? It's got to be somewhere around here. Is that a baby? I found Elon's missing baby. Yes! It's a racket, that's all. The IHOP Peace Prize. As far as an 8-bit, like, just... This isn't the worst game I've played. The music slaps. It does. It's actually kind of... Oh my God. Yes! Hello, Donald. Little Donald. You have so much to learn. I can't do a fucking Russian accent. I started a war of attrition, but you let Jimmy Kimmel survive. In Russia, he would be banished to Serbia, or even worse. Well, Iran's gonna need one hell of an infrastructure week. Do I not bomb them? Wait. Oh no, so Couch Depot is just like a forever thing, okay. Oh wait. You got the loop, great work! Another consequence-free political masterstroke, sir! Let's get home, this place is worse than the sand of Augusta. Follow me into one of our big, beautiful boats, sir. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna go get some more lube. Oh, who did I just find? Who's this? Pete Agnes. Careful, this old dude is pissed because someone drank all his Sacramento wine or whatever. I turned water into wine. I've done it many times. People are amazed. Sir, does that make you a doctor? The Pope. We gotta cry, Pope. We are called to heal, not destroy. I'll heal this whole country, tremendous healing like the pit. By the way, the pit, very dingy. I'd make it a beautiful pits. That's right. Back to set myself up. We got tribal abuse Catholic guilt. I lost 22 points. All right, let's try full pardon. Because he's invincible. I think it's telling me that I need to quit this battle. So I need to be stronger. Oh shit, you gotta be careful. Apparently that wine hurts you. Something back here. Come on. Come on. Yeah! Got a burger. Let's go. You knew gaming was inevitable? Well, did you know that it would be Operation Epic Furious? Maybe... Wait, maybe Hexeth knows how to beat the Pope? Okay, I'll stay. Wait. I gotta go to Hexeth. Come on. Keg's breath, what are you doing? Turn water into wine. Do I try one more time? Wait. I got an idea. I'm gonna try and heal the Pope. Magic, heal bones first. I need more special power. Here we go. it's not really like. All right, we got 60. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do power grab. I got a taco. I'm out. All right, let's go. Man, I was not intending on playing a game like this, but nah, forget this. All right, yeah. Some idiot blew up the bridge. God damn it. Oh my god, you can control the ship. Oh shit, the strait is closed. Probably the radical left tried to... We need to do operation, something that gets right into the tight little passageway. Oh my god. How about total annihilation and indiscriminately neutralizing tactics. Holy shit. Tremendous name. Let's square the hell out of that one. Or scare the hell out of that one. Prepare all caps assault. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastard. You're on a truth post. It's impossible. I have the most posts. Everyone says so. Alright, so now I gotta get true social posts. Yeah, not here, bro. You need to track down more truth posts. Then hit me up at the bar. I'll be consulted by generals Jim and Jack and Captain Morgan. I guess we gonna fix the bridges, or is that just like a thing that we can't do? And also, how the hell do I get off the boat? How do I get off the boat? There we go. Okay. Assuming that there's no truth posts around here. What do you guys think? Ooh, what's this? Oh, the couch stain remover. All right, let's go do this. All right, let's do this. Wait, Elon. Where's Elon? Here we go. Thunder baby. I think I have something of yours. You felt my ketamine? This is actually like really loud music. Yeah, PEP audio levels. Sorry. Achievement. That's it? That's all I get? I get nothing? Wait a minute. That's bullshit. All right, Donnie, let's go. Let's give this couch stain remover your VP. Did Rachel Maddow actually sit and play this whole thing? This is not like a small... I mean, it's a small game, but not like a small game. This isn't like a, hey, sit there for 5 minutes and the novelty's done. Like, this is... Wait, what the fuck? There we go. Okay... I did this. I don't know where to get any of the truth posts. They probably clipped all the good bits. you take me out of here? Come away with me, we can start a new life. I want to, but I can't. I'll do that thing where I dress up like your doctor. Oh my god. This is wild, man. No. Where the hell are the truth? All right, here, let's try this. Let's try and get out where... Oh, the fire's done. Okay. Yeah. All right, there we go. My greatest nemesis, stairs. The WrestleMania human rights medal. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Oh my god. Fucking music slaps. Here it is, the low flow shower head. Damn. Actually kind of hurt a little bit. Fragile ego boost added. Yes! Oh, got truth. Alright, alright. We got a burger. The Ayatollah. This is insane! Trace with her bias. Attack defense with created a safe space. Oh my god. You guys are just joining us. This is the Operation Epic Furious game that they have on the National Mall right now. That's right. Who did it? Victory dance. You're fired. Launcher added to abilities. Oh God. Handsome Mondani. I came here to redistribute your wealth and chew bubblegum, and I already redistributed all my bubblegum. We must defeat Zora Mondani. Handsome Mondani. Mondani. He casts Charm. Oh my god. Damn. Oh. You can't do that again. You're fired. That's right. Winner, winner, Trumpy dinner. Calling the drone strikes. Oh my god. It's the Texas. Really? I can't wake him up? Pete, fell, yeah. He said, you know, where to launch the TP. Do you know what you want, what to do with the TP? Yes. Rachel Maddow talked about this. This is how we found it. Yeah, and then yeah, this is just a website. Oh my god. It just keeps going. Oh my god. Hey boss, you did it! Your true social barrage. They've opened the strait. We can get back this. We can get this loot back in time for the UFC fight. Great work, sir. Oh, Theo Vaughn. Oh snap, homie! I just heard Iran shut the strait down again. That's right, bro. Oh, this was for nothing. But if you, but you know, if you steal enough of their loot, I'm sure these bastards will surrender. Here we go again. Dude. Oh my god. Capture all the loot in Iran and the ship and ship it home through the always open Strait of Hormuz. Thanks, JD. And I filled out a few more of those cognitive tests for you, Teehee. Oh wow, same thing again, huh? Oh, gotta go find the lube again. I already did this. Wait. What am I talking about? Alright. Call the dresser. Let's go. Oh, I forgot to check for a truth. Oops. How do I fix the bridges? Now I'm doing that thing where I like try to get ahead of myself. Wait, I have to do like all this again? What? Alright, fine. I guess I'll do it. Oh, wait. That's right. I forgot. He's a looks maxer, so he falls in one hit. Because, yeah, you know, iron, or, glass chin and all. This reminds me of the Newgrounds games, man. Like, this shit. Drink some. Let's see, can I actually do this? What? Man, so is the Pope the final boss and like can you just not beat him? Until you, I mean, damn. Hey, what up, Robert? We're playing a very silly, yet fun game. Experienced it straight to hell. All right, I'm getting the hell out of it. Wait. Heal Bone Spur. There we go. Let's get the hell out of here. I love his little shuffle off. Nah, forget this. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay. We got it. Alright, I need the lube. Where's the lube? The eyes, I know. Dear God, yep. Yep. This is something else, man. I mean, I know how to beat the game technically, I guess. I think after this, since I got all the lube, now we will do that, since I already did my poop tweet. I just want to get to the other side of where the bridges are. There's a part of me that kind of wants to look up to see, like, what level I need to be to go and fight the Pope. Well, at least I get 2 of those, I guess. Call in the drill strike. Alright, let's go. Alright, we got the lube. This isn't the 80s. What are you doing on the left? What? That's it? Wait, do I light the fireplace? I love how it has, like, normal bar music. Fucking RFK. Wait, who's this? Oh, it's Theo. Are there any Iran podcasts I should guest on before, damn, dude. Can I let's see. This is ridiculous. Not much of a gamer. I can deal this though. Yeah. I mean, this is very funny. It's crazy. Let's see, one more time. I watch your tape every night. See Mike Johnson's. Oh, it's sick. All right, there we go. structure. All right, now I'm at that point where it's like, okay, what do I do? Some idiot blew up the bridge. Dude. All right, do I try to fight the Pope? What do you guys think? All right. Just quit already. Last time, we'll try the Pope. I should be strong enough. Level 15? Come on. Alright, let's try this. Fragile ego boost. Let's try your fired rocket launcher. I'm stronger than God, yeah, but... There we go. All right, let's try... I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat him. I have to find the secret weapon? That's what I thought. Like, okay. Find the secret weapon, but what? Where could it be? I mean, it's not like any of this does anything. Oh, that hurts. See, like, okay. I would assume... Yes, I like his brother, the MAGA one. This Pope is so weak I can't even defeat him. I know, let's say a prayer, maybe this will work. Great idea. I know one for Pulp Fiction, dear Lord. Say what again? I dare you. I dare, double dog dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more time. Amen. I have 2 Corinthians. I'm gonna go beat this Pope. There it is. All right, Pope, let's go. Very normal hands, baby. Better than normal. Bigger, less bruised. Doctors have said, wow. Turn this all the way down. There we go. There we go. All right, let's do it. Oh, shit. I got him. Woo! Take that, Pope. Got that extra lube. What's up? Wait, is there anything in the coffin? All right, so Hexeth is out. Come on, dude. All right, let's see. I don't need to go back to the couch store. There we go. All right. Is the fire still go? Okay, I don't know where to go now. Do I just go home? All right. Let's get another burger. Fuck it. Wait. Oh, I didn't mean to reactivate his side mission. Damn it. I mean, honestly, this sounds just like it belongs in Pokemon. All right, so we found the baby again. Let's see. And then we found the trophy. All right. I think that we're finding backtracking. I mean, this is actually, yeah, not that. This is not a small game. I wish he would go faster. They definitely made the walk mechanic a little too realistic on that one. All right, let's see. Well, so the cave is gone now. Like, is there an area I can go through? If some idiot bombed all the bridges. Oh, here we go. That didn't do anything. Okay. Yep, some idiot blew up the bridge. I guess we just go here and try and go home, maybe? Original Sega, Super Nintendo. Oh, shit! Strait is closed. There we go. Oh, so this is... Oh. So this technically... I see what's going on. Alright, so I gotta do this, and then I gotta head down after that gets cleared. Got it. My greatest nemesis. Stairs. Dude. Alright, it's on the other side, right? There, much better. Oh, here's the shower head. Sorry, I turned it way down because this is actually really loud in my headphones. So like I'm trying to find like that perfect medium here. Is that better? Here, let's do this. Let's go to 30. There we go. That should do it. This is actually not a bad game. Like that's what's kind of bothering me is like this is pretty good actually. Playing as Donald Trump, dude. Oh, here we go. Gotta fight the Ayatollah again. Let's do this. All right, now let's use 2 Corinthians. Let's see what it does to him. Oh, it did no damage. All right, let's see how it is. You're fired. Jeez. Level 18 now. Mamdani again. Handsome Mamdani. His character model's badass. Alright, let's see if I can go down here now. I don't want to bomb this place. Oh, what? I have to? Huh. Alright, well, I guess that's that. You have the TP, head back to the base, and talk with Hegseth. Alright, so Hegseth is passed out again. Oh, I can't take this? Damn. Alright. Wait, let's go talk to RFK for. What is he doing? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the orangest of them all? Alright, let's see. Can I do this? This war is way ahead of schedule. Launch the TP, finish it off. Not yet, because like I feel like there's something I'm missing. What is it? What am I missing? Because obviously the... Alright, so the... Now I'm actually getting, like, mad. I need to unleash my truth. Okay, so this is just... There is, like, a linear path here. So I think what happens is I have to go back to the White House after this. Alright. This is ridiculous. Hormuz Strait situation is over. Yeah, I'll DM you the link here. Okay. Alright, so now, yeah, I gotta go. Wait, is this little Marco? Yes! Mr. President, I've been working on a super fresh victory speech. This beatdown is bananas. Stop, too many letters. Well, that's from Progressive. Wait, that's from Progressive, very liberal company, State Farm. Now, that's a good name. Very, very American. Jesus. Oh my god, so it's just like you have to keep going? What? Okay, wait. I think I got this now. Well, I don't want to do all that again. Wait a minute. All right, now I just want to go back home. Wait. So... All right, let's try it. Fuck it. Oh! Here, let's go try and hold Melania's hand and just be done with this. Wait, I ran. I can't get over this. All right, here we go. Hey, boss. Yeah, we got that. All right, Melania. I was never on Epstein plane. There we go. Oh, man. All right, that was hilarious, and honestly, I had a blast. I hate to say it. That was pretty fucking funny. All right, let's turn this back up because, yes, I got some stuff that... Yeah, I mean, I was not planning on playing that for as long as I did, but yeah, guys, here's the website link. Definitely check it out. I'm actually going to... I'm going to try... Like, now I'm actually going to look it up. Now I am going to look up, like, can I rebuild those bridges? And because, like, there were 2 areas that you couldn't get to, and I know there's a secret. There's got to be a secret. So that was epic. That was fun. And for everybody that wanted me to play video games here, you guys finally got your wish. I know that Alex has been telling me that I need to. My therapy, it is over. Sad Mitch. Oh, it was fun. All right. Yeah, that was a blast. Damn it, I should have recorded that, but that was amazing. Good breath of fresh air. No, it really was. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna clip that. That's gonna be a thing. Screw it. Whoever made that is the GOAT. I gotta say, yeah. I forgot who it was, but yeah. She said, who made it?
You can earn by helicopter. Once you files on file, then are basic ideas in the game online. Secret Handshake, you can play them. And if you're not in DC, you can still take a crack at this thing online. Secret Handshake made an online version of this video game.
Secret Handshake. Okay, it's made by Secret Handshake. That was freaking awesome. Okay. Yeah, Secret Handshake. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check out. Well, dude, are they even a game developer? Like, honestly, that's kind of crazy that they were able to do that. All right. Well, this brings us back into some of the reality of the situation. And dude, okay, so Kash Patel got grilled today, and it went about as well as you would think. Here, actually, I forgot to look at this up because it was live as I was starting. Yeah, here's the Van Hollen clip. All right, I'll just bring this up. Fuck it. It's better than this. Or it's better this way, so I don't have to stay with a whole bunch of BS and kind of run through it.
Because Senator Van Hollen's asking about the excessive drinking.
You agree, Director Patel, that if one of your agents was unable to perform his or her duties because of excessive drinking, you would need to take corrective or disciplinary action. You agree with that statement?
We would implement the inspection review process, just like these other agencies have their own internal investigations, and complete that review.
As I said in my opening remarks, I really don't care about your personal life so long as you are able to perform your public and official responsibilities, which are awesome responsibilities. Multiple reports, including reporting by The Atlantic, have alleged episodes of excessive drinking, unexplained absences, and behavior that concern current and former FBI and DOJ officials.
Cash is so cooked, man. Because notice how like his demeanor isn't like as confident and like he's more depressed here.
Denied those allegations and filed a defamation lawsuit. So today, as you testify before Congress, is it your testimony that those allegations are categorically false?
Unequivocally, categorically false.
So there have been no occasions during your tenure when FBI personnel were unable to promptly reach you?
Absolutely not. You can ask my entire workforce. They hear from me at every single hour of the day, as do these great gentlemen here, as do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement and the White House.
And so there have been no occasions when
Did he get broken up with?
your security detail
I swear to God, something like he's sad.
locating you. Is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
and
unlike your baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know,
the only person that ran up a $7,000 bar tab in Washington, D.C. at the lobby bar was you.
It's the same thing as Pam Bondi did. He has like prepared smears for each person on the days.
The individual in this room that has been drinking on taxpayer dime during the
Are
day
you polygraphing?
He's trying.
Director Patel, come on. These are serious allegations that were made against you. They're in a lawsuit that you filed.
You drinking margaritas with a gangbanger is true and on video.
It just goes to show you
running a $7,000 bar tab at the lobby bar has been filed by your own office.
This goes to show
drink during the day. That's you. This is the ultimate example of hypocrisy.
Mr. Chairman,
I will not be tarnished by baseless allegations and fraudulent statements from the media.
The fact that you mentioned that indicates you don't know what you are talking about. Now, here, Director
The only thing I know is you're the one drinking margaritas with felons.
Actually, that's a false statement, and I'm asking you about your statements.
I've answered that.
And I'm asking you about a particular report. And
it's not a report.
So let me ask you this. Are you willing to take the test, it's called the audit test, that members of our active duty military and others take to determine whether they have a drinking problem?
I'll take any test you're willing to take.
I will take it, Director Patel. I'll take it. You ready to take it?
Let's go.
Yes or no?
Let's go. Side by side.
I'll take it. All right. I think that the fact that you're
what was that? Like he literally like did that. Like he's like, I hate to say a weasel, but that was like weird. The way he was like.
Have you ordered
what was
polygraph
that?
tests of members of your team to determine how that story came about?
The FBI conducts polygraph tests all the time.
No. Have you ordered polygraph tests for members of your team to determine who was the source of the stories that I'm asking you about?
I don't order any polygraph tests. There's an internal inspection review process for any and all leaks, especially of baseless information at the FBI that's been in place for the last 30 years.
Busted.
Those processes are followed by career intelligence and agents on the ground.
So I'll take that as a yes, since you've said that these were unauthorized disclosures. I have another round of questioning regarding your firing people who were important to gathering intelligence with respect to Iran, but I'll wait for my second round. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, damn, dude. That's actually a little bit better than I thought it would be. Coons asked Patel about the Winter Olympics. Is Cash fit to lead the FBI? Well, let's keep going. Fuck it. Let's just go down the list.
What we're doing to expand specifically at the FBI, for the first time ever, we stood up our LEPIC, our Law Enforcement Partner Engagement Council. So I didn't want to just hear from police officers from around the country by email and phone call. I embedded 10 officers and sheriffs and tribal officers permanently at the FBI because they're the best connected. And so for us, that's the best way forward, along with getting out into the field and making sure our field partners see and feel us and touch us and tell us what their problems are.
Thank you, Director. Senator, more connectivity to our state, local, and tribal partners is the utmost importance at DEA. due with the significant change in the landscape with synthetic opioids, with more methamphetamine pills coming in, more cocaine coming in. It's important that those state and local counterparts, the men and women that are on the front lines every single day, have the same intelligence and the same information that the DEA does. Part of this is coming from our capacity to build foreign partnerships. The amount of foreign partnerships and people we have downrange in Mexico and Colombia, that intel is critical to the beat officer that's working in rural areas. So we have to continue to be better partners, continue to be more engaged, and respond when they call for help to address violent criminal activity.
Director Seralto, I'm going to interrupt myself. I appreciate the work that you and the Marshal Service do to keep federal judges safe, but there's thousands of state and local judges who don't have the same intelligence network, the same resources. I'm proud to co-sponsor a bill with Senator John Cornyn that would create a new state judicial threat intelligence and resource center. It would provide security assessments for local courts and help local law enforcement make assessments about how to keep judges' homes safe and how to keep court personnel safe. It's passed the Senate unanimously. Do you have any opinion about whether or not the House should take it up and whether or not partnering with state and local courts?
All right. Here, let's get to this part where he actually asks him about this.
Is something I've previously grappled with, but we've not heard at all. Director Patel, reauthorization of Section 702 is something I've previously grappled with, but we've not heard at all from officials from the FBI or the other intelligence agencies testifying about the proposed 18-month clean extension. Were you invited by Chairman Grassley to testify before our committee about Section 702?
What I recall, Senator, is that we in the FBI team have been providing briefings pursuant to the chairman's request. So we've done at least a dozen in the Senate and at least half a dozen or more in the House, including myself and Director Ratcliffe personally.
Okay. I have not participated in or benefited from any of those briefings. And doing oversight on the reforms that were put in place and how closely they're being followed is critical to my concluding whether or not I'll vote for an extension. Director, I have to ask you one last question. You attended the Olympics in Milan. How much did your trip cost, and to what extent did that help you carry out your mission as director of the FBI?
I greatly appreciate the question, Senator. As you know, the FBI and DHS are responsible.
Why does that blonde behind him look terrified? That's a
for
good
the security
question.
of the Olympics, the World Cup, the F1, the Super Bowl, and everything else. We had 250,000 Americans travel to Milan. We're proud that we stood up our jock there and had 0 major security incidents involving American citizens. And what we did was we purposely planned that trip around the Olympics because, as I mentioned in my opening, the top cyber criminal from the CCP was housed in Italian custody. While there, we were able to work an agreement, an arrangement to have that individual expelled from Italy instead of going back to China, like has so often happened in places like Serbia. And so we accomplished that mission, and we kept it quiet, and that individual was returned to America 2 weeks ago.
I was concerned that just before we went to war with Iran, a whole group of FBI agents were terminated, about 10, who were reportedly analysts with expertise in handling Iranian counterterrorism, fluent in Farsi, long experienced. I know there's ongoing litigation, but have you replaced them? Was there a reason for their dismissal? Do we have the capabilities we need to protect the United States while there's an ongoing war in Iran? The public reporting as to the reasons for their dismissal I found deeply troubling.
Well, as I've addressed earlier, I don't believe the public reporting is accurate. What we did do for the first time in FBI history is stand up the Iran Threats Mission Center that is housed inside the FBI with our Iran experts, including intelligence and analysts and agents, and we have seen a 47% increase in the arrest of Iranian spies.
Do you disagree that there were 10 Iran specialists dismissed right before the war began?
Yes.
Senator Hagerty.
Okay. Here we go.
I wanted to dip in because Senator Van Hollen's asking about the excessive drinking.
You agree, Director Patel, that if one of your agents was unable to perform his or her duties because of excessive drinking, you would need to take
the second
corrective
round
or
here from
disciplinary action? You agree with
Van
that
Hollen.
We would implement the inspection review process, just like these other agencies have their own internal investigations, and complete that review.
As I said in my opening remarks, I really don't care about your personal life so long as you are able to perform your public and official responsibilities,
Yeah, we already
which
saw
are awesome responsibilities. Multiple reports.
You know what? Now we can look for Van Hollen again. Susan Collins. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait. Lindsey Graham. I heard about this.
Cases involving violent.
We're arresting 44,000 people, which is twice as many as the year before. That's because there's a lot of violent criminals running around America. But the good news is that the FBI, along with these men and their agencies, are doing the work and arresting people at record levels, gangbangers, narcotics traffickers, sex traffickers, terrorists, and those that pose the greatest
Wait, is
threat
the
to our
second round
national
tomorrow?
During the Biden years, they say 11 to 15 million illegal immigrants came into the country. Are you familiar with that reporting?
Yes, sir.
So what are we supposed to do? Just
no, here we go.
Ignore it. Senator agents with expertise in
It's whether it's
Of course, the audio's got to be scuffed.
Donald Trump. First of all, is
Here.
that true?
The article, just like all the other articles you cited, is false, and there's ongoing litigation, so I can't address it.
Okay. You did answer Senator Coons, and I understood your answer to be that the people that were fired, that none of them were part of the group that had Iran expertise. Is that your answer?
No, he asked if they were Iran experts. I said they were not.
Were the group fired? Did it include people who were Iran experts?
No.
Did it include people who were involved in counter-espionage activities with respect to Iran?
I don't have the list in front of me.
So you don't know whether or not you...
The fact that he's such an asshole, just with partisanship here, this is also part of the problem that, I never want to hear another Republican talk about how it's the blatant partisanship. Oh my God, they played politics. They played politics.
You fired people with counter-espionage experience with respect to Iran. You don't know the answer to that question.
I terminated anyone and everyone that weaponized law enforcement.
I see. So it was related, obviously, to the classified documents case. So
that's not what I said.
Well, Director Patel, I understood you to say in response to Senator Murray that you've not redirected FBI resources.
Dude, he's such a child. He can't, seriously, this is what children do.
Toward the immigration enforcement effort.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
Maybe pay attention and respond to the guy.
Have you
instead of being such a petulant little baby?
Redirected resources.
Make eye contact. You weakling.
Away from
you fucking pathetic excuse of a fucking man. Jesus.
From your core FBI responsibilities toward the mass deportation effort.
No one at the FBI has been permanently reassigned on the immigration front, and when we pull the numbers, the FBI's overall operational field expenditures surged periodically for immigration enforcement activities, including the arrest of 2,000 people with direct ties to foreign terrorist organizations, was 2.4%.
So,
what is he adjusting? He's doing the Pam Bondi thing where he already ran through his insults on him. So now they're in round 2, and I think he's looking to see if he had anything on him where he can just be like, well, I already used the $7,000 bar bill.
So the key word there, I guess, was permanently. You have not.
Which makes me think, hey, maybe we should tally up how much Cash and Pete have at the same bars, because, they all hang at the same places.
Permanently reassigned. Is that what you reassigned temporarily?
Surges, yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had a chance to listen to or read about Brian Driscoll's statements about what you said to him and the reasons for his firing?
No, I have not, sir.
So let me just say this, Mr. Director. In your response to me earlier, where you
why are these live hearings always so fucking low with the volume?
Had a little
God damn
blow up. You made a couple provably false statements.
So did you.
No, Mr. Director, I was reading
so did you
about and asking you
He's not the one on trial here, dipshit.
To respond.
This guy, like, seriously, if he was in court, he would just be like, so did you, judge? It's like, that's not how this works. What up, Lim Fem? How you doing?
Allegations that are made. In fact, I was giving you an
Welcome.
opportunity to do that, and you took that opportunity. But in the process, you made these provably false statements that I know are sort of like urban legend in right-wing media about margaritas in El Salvador, which is provably false. And so coming from the mouth of an FBI director to make provably false statements in a hearing like this is extremely troubling. And it leads me to ask whether or not the other things you've been saying are false statements. And so
That's actually a really good way of handling
that's
this.
a provably false statement. You made a couple others that are provably false. And this is from the mouth of the FBI director.
The only one that made false statements is you.
My final question to you,
Yeah, I'm rubber, you're glue.
Mr. Director,
No,
is
the
do you
fact that
know
he can't, like, he keeps shuffling with his bullshit. Like, I gotta say, man, he knew that he was gonna get roasted by this guy.
it is a crime to lie to Congress? You know that. That's my last question.
I have not lied to Congress.
I didn't ask
The
you
one
that.
lied to Congress is you.
I'm not testifying here, sir, and I don't lie.
Maybe the next time you run up a $7,000 bar tab, we can talk about it.
Well, see, there you go, lying again. You suggested
the
that was-
FEC report. I'll post it right now.
You suggested it was
Hang
public. It wasn't public money, as you know. That was for a 50-member staff party.
So it was a $7,000 bar tab.
Mr. Patel, I'm glad. Let me just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, two things. I'm glad that you have agreed to take the test regarding, whether you have alcohol problems. I'm glad you agreed with me to do that. You still haven't answered my final question. Do you know, Mr. Director, that it
Quit fidgeting.
is
It's showing how weak you are.
crime to lie to Congress? Do you know that?
I do not lie to Congress.
I didn't ask you that.
You're
Is anybody going to ask him about the Epstein stuff?
insinuating that I am.
I
because
asked you whether you know.
You want to correct your time in this session where you got steamrolled by the facts so you can have a Twitter narrative so
Mr.
you can go
Director.
raise more money and spend more money on $7,000 bar tab.
Just let the record.
Oh, I can't wait for Aziz to be back on because this was not good.
I'm not
show,
going to give
Mr.
it
Chairman.
to you.
The director of the FBI apparently does not want to answer the question.
Hey, Griswiz, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch.
About
Appreciate
whether
that.
or not it's a crime to lie to Congress, and I find that extremely troubling.
I find it troubling that you lie to the American
with
people
law
every
enforcement.
day.
You are a disgrace, Mr. Director.
Not
and
nearly as
the
big
fact
as
that
you.
you can't answer that question, I will. That concludes my questioning, Mr. Chairman. But I'm obviously very troubled.
Question for the director of ATF. Director Sakata, I want to talk just a minute about Nibin.
Damn, dude.
I don't need to explain.
I think that that was sufficiently embarrassing for him. So, yeah, we can move on. Wow. Dude, Kash Patel is such a moron. Here's the highlight from Pete Hegseth.
The president has called Medicaid, Medicare, and child care little scams and said, quote, we're fighting wars, we cannot take care of daycare. I'm just trying to understand that. Is it your position, since you're asking taxpayers for another $500 billion for the war, that American families should be forced to give up child care and health coverage?
Hey, thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Also, doggo treat time. Yes.
At Godzilla God King $20. Take
So that
my
you can
money,
have
you and
$1.5
I.
trillion
Devilish
for
face
this
emoji, angry face emoji, angry face
Senator,
emoji.
that's not my
Also, doggo
department. I
treat
certainly
time.
support this, and I also support the president's efforts to find and remove fraud wherever possible in a
Well,
general sense.
I'm not talking
and we do
about
that in our
fraud.
department as well.
got the cat.
I'm
At
not,
every
I'm
step.
not talking about fraud.
Cat
I
gets his
actually
treats.
asked whether an American family should lose their health care or their child care to pay for this budget. That is literally what the president suggested.
Get you on cam.
The president has proposed a historic $1.5 trillion budget that will defend the nation and confront threats like Iran, which previous presidents allowed to happen, as Senator Graham pointed out.
Well,
Previous
we're-
administrations said they wanted to
Your
take care of this
opinion,
problem,
the question,
and they did not,
the question
and he's
in front
doing
of this
it.
committee, the question
I gotta say, after playing that video game, this got a little bit funnier.
in front of the American
Where it's just like, you know
people
what?
is what
God,
are they
it's
being
it's
asked
almost
to give
comical
up
how bad they
for
are
this
at this.
$1.5
If people
trillion
weren't,
That's where I was talking about. And
dying.
Lastly, Mr. Secretary, your budget request cuts through Trump's ramblings and really, to me, makes the truth clear that you and the president don't value families as much as you value defense contractors. You want to increase the war budget.
I mean,
Let me
every
finish.
family at Dover. Okay, don't tell me we don't care about families. We sure do.
Mr.
And
Secretary,
we take care of them in every way we possibly can.
I'm asking you about taxpayer dollars that everybody has. When we've been to war before, we have asked people to do victory gardens. We've asked them to
thank you
pay
for the
more.
dono. I
You are not
appreciate
doing that. You are asking for
Both these
$1.5
guys
trillion,
are really happy
which
about
means
that.
something else has to be given up. That is what this committee is looking at. You want to increase the war budget for the next year by $500 billion. That is taxpayer.
Which, by the way, guys, just remember, they're like micromanaging, like couple $100,000 there, a couple $1 million here, but 0.5 trillion.
Money that could be used to feed families or build new affordable homes
$500
or
billion?
wipe out some
Like, what are we
diseases
doing?
completely or increase child investment.
But yeah, healthcare.
It's 20 times over. But you are asking us to
Bailouts for, everybody. Yeah. Bridge too
blow
far.
it all on war. And that's not even counting the money that you have spent bombing Iran or that you may still request in a separate supplemental. And to me, this budget wasn't even strategically crafted. $1.5 trillion is like the president decided that was the number and you all filled in the blanks. So what I'm here today to say is you asked for a massive laundry list of unnecessary spending. It's a huge payday for defense contractors, and you still don't even ask to give DOD civilian workers a pay raise. And to me, this is absurd. I know you do not care what I have to say. So let me quote you someone you might actually listen to. President Eisenhower. He said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children." That is what this budget proposal is asking. It's going to leave Americans cold and hungry to fund Trump's war and make defense contractors a fortune. So that is why I hope this committee throws that in the trash and comes together with a budget that works for all American families. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Support journalism you trust.
PBS. Hell yeah. Okay, so before we do this, let's do the Brian Tyler Cohen one, and then we will go into that also. Yeah, you know what? We'll bring this into the back half of the show. Yes, we're doing the CONTRAPOINTS thing. So I watched about half of it, got to like right past a point where they started kind of arguing, because realistically the first hour was not great. But yeah, from my understanding, all the good bits are right where I stopped it. So and I haven't gotten to see anything past it. So we're gonna guess. I'm gonna talk about this tomorrow. Ooh, you are? Yeah, the CONTRAPOINTS thing. All right. Well, here, let's do the Brian Tyler Cohen debate. This is, this is a solid 10 minutes of Brian Tyler Cohen kind of bringing it to this channel.
Look, I think the reason that Donald Trump did this, that he
I could be taken wrong.
Engaged in this whole process where, to your exact point, we didn't see an apology for hours and hours and hours and hours, is because he is a small, petty, fragile man who cannot take responsibility for his own actions. And the second reason, frankly, is because he is a racist. And we have seen Donald Trump engage in racist activity in the past, numerous times. We watched as Donald Trump took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 black kids for murdering someone who they did not murder. We saw Donald Trump start his political career by denying the citizenship of the first black president. And right now, we're watching a secret police force rove around the country so that they can round up brown and black people for the crime of being brown and black in this country. And to claim then that Donald Trump is somehow not racist is just to deny what we can all see with our own eyes.
Well, first of all, it's not a secret police group. The immigration and customs enforcement officers are here to enforce the immigration laws.
Do they show their faces?
Of the United States.
Are they wearing insignia? Do they give their names?
Wear
Do they
masks.
have badges?
They wear masks because we have a bunch of governors and mayors that have absolutely come out and said this is the Gestapo, and they've enraged these people.
I think if they don't want to be called the Gestapo,
all right, we're not talking ice tonight. We're not talking ice tonight. But we've done that debate before. Let's talk about this particular video, though, because how do you respond to the claim that, okay, if it was racist and it was a mistake, why not just say that was wrong? We shouldn't have put that out. I'm sorry that it got put out that way, but it's offensive to clearly a lot of people in this country, and I don't want to offend anybody, and I'm taking responsibility. When he has so often criticized people, including Joe Biden, for not taking responsibility, for being the auto pen guy, and then now blaming this on some staffer.
The latter part of his statement on Air Force One, they said, would you be offended? Or he said, I didn't like it. I wouldn't like it either. I mean, this was the question. And did you apologize? Are you sorry? And he said, I'm not sorry because I didn't do anything wrong. He didn't see it, so he's not apologizing for that. And honestly, the amount of information that President Trump intakes from his staff and then goes through, he saw the Georgia fraud, they pass it off to his staffer. This is truly how it works. They clip it up and put it on his Truth Social. I believe his statement, and I don't think he had racist intent in the least.
Katie, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't have to debase yourself for Donald Trump in the way all of these Republicans debase themselves for Donald Trump. His claim that this was the fault of some staffer. What was the staffer? A 79-year-old with swollen ankles who, is weirdly attracted to his daughter? Like, we all can see
that's unfair. That's unfair.
We all can see the truth. We know there was no staffer. We know that Donald Trump has his phone.
We don't know that. We don't know that there was no staffer.
He's tweeting it.
We don't know. How do we know there's no staffer?
He's tweeting it all hours of the night. We have to contort ourselves we have to do mental gymnastics. We could enter the Winter Olympics right now with the mental gymnastics that we would have to do to believe this idea that it was totally, definitely not Trump's fault, that it was just some staffer, that Donald Trump is apparently curating content but sending it to this staffer who then, if you have a staffer, presumably your job would be to vet the content. That was me on CNN's The Story Is, hosted by Alex Michelson, debating Katie Zachariah, where the correct answer to all of this, whether you're on the left or the right, is to simply say, yes, the image was racist. No, he shouldn't have posted it. Yes, he should have taken
Who the hell is the host?
taken it down sooner. No, he shouldn't have tried to defuse
this new wave of fucking chiseled jaw morons.
Responsibility onto someone else.
Dude, seriously, like, you got that idiot on CBS that just made a complete ass of himself, who's just he's an embarrassment to actual journalists.
Staffer.
And then you got this guy on CNN.
It is easy. This is not a hill worth dying on. And yet, part of being a member in good standing of today's Republican Party, today's MAGA Republican Party, is that you have to defend literally everything Trump does, no matter how repulsive, how amoral, how depraved. And so when the President of the United States, the most powerful person in America, with the biggest platform in America, posts a video that includes images of Barack and Michelle Obama's faces on apes, then your job apparently is to be trotted out on national TV and explain why actually that's totally fine. I mean, I'm sorry, but consider how far we've fallen here, where a grown-ass adult, the president, is posting the same kind of images as an online troll, and then other grown-ass adults are going out and explaining why it's totally okay. Is this really what Republicans meant by entering America's golden age? And frankly,
prices are still going up. When is this going to be enough? It really seems like we are heading towards a total collapse. Yep, Todd.
A lot of people on the right might say yes, because they view the golden age as an age where you can be racist and where there are no consequences. And so, of course, they won't apologize because they're not sorry. This isn't a bug. It is a feature of this era. It is precisely what they want. But just because some people want to traffic in disgusting behavior doesn't mean that we should normalize it or refuse to call it out. Yeah. Do I think that piling on Donald Trump is going to mean that he'll concede defeat?
No.
No. And in fact, he outright refuses to apologize.
No, occasionally we just have to admit it feels good. Fuck these guys. Dude, we have so much animus. Are you, like, the fact that they clutch their pearls over jokes, when they did the Let's Go Brandon bullshit for 4 fucking years. thinking like, oh, you have TDS again, not admitting that they had Biden derangement syndrome. Like, it's just whatever.
But that doesn't mean that we allow the
Just enjoy it, guys. Stop pulling punches.
Overton window to shift as a country so
Just go
much that
for
there's
it.
no longer any pushback to overt racism. It's disgusting. It's
He's looking thin.
vile. It's immoral. And I won't sit silently by while a bunch of small-minded clowns.
The weird part is, I feel like this was filmed. Yeah, okay, this was 3 months ago.
Redefine this
Yeah,
country.
That's what it is.
In their white nationalist image. But the debate
Yeah,
continued.
he definitely took that type of criticism, and he got jacked.
As we then switch topics to Epstein.
Brian, you think it's interesting that the Clintons are testifying here, but not Donald Trump, who also is in the Epstein files?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I am fully in favor of the Clintons coming and testifying. I'm in favor of them doing it in public so that we can all see with our own eyes what they say. I'm in favor of anybody, Democrat, Republican, Independent. If you are implicated in the Epstein files, you need.
What are these people going to do when Trump is out of office? They can't conceptualize it. That's actually my favorite part, is once he is we don't have to think about him once he's gone. Yeah. They're going to have some major issues.
Be held to
their identity. It's going to be a major identity crisis throughout, and not just it's going to be bad. I'm just kind of starting to realize it, where I'm like, wow, I've never put that much thought into it, but fuck, man. Yeah, it's going to collapse.
You need to put this stuff out in the light of day. And in the same way that I'm fully supportive of the Clintons coming and testifying, just as I'm supportive of anybody coming and testifying, I think that Donald Trump should do the absolute same thing. Will he do that while he's president? No. But you know what? If Republicans want to set a precedent where former presidents and their family members who have some involvement with Jeffrey Epstein have to come before Congress and can't defy any subpoenas to do so, then I'm fully in support of that precedent.
I mean, do you think that Donald Trump, maybe even after he leaves office, should then have to go testify?
President Trump has been the most transparent president on the Epstein files in all presidential. How many Epstein files did Joe Biden release?
How many? There was an ongoing
How
investigation.
many Epstein files did Joe Biden
There was an
release?
ongoing prosecution
0.
in 2022.
How many did Obama release?
Wait. I mean,
0.
acknowledge what I just said. There was an ongoing investigation up to 2022
nothing was
that was
released.
appealed, and that appeal ended in 2025.
Oh, please. No, they need to railroad you. That's how this works.
Ongoing prosecution.
So let her finish.
They don't do they don't use counter facts or anything like that. They don't use counterpoints.
So President Trump has been transparent about this. He has also been under the inquisition of the press, and everyone else that asked him a question, he has answered and answered and answered. Oval Office, press room, Air Force One, you name it, he's answering questions. How many times has Bill Clinton been asked by the conservative press or even the liberal media hard questions about the Epstein files? 0.
You say that he's been the most transparent president in history. You've heard his answers. He's come out and said, are you still talking about the Epstein files? When a reporter on Air Force One asked him about the Epstein files, he called her piggy. When Caitlin Collins just a few days ago tried to ask him about the Epstein files, he attacked her and said that she should smile more. This is the transparency that you expect from the president?
The files released are the transparency.
We have 6
They're still redacted illegally by his own order.
million files and 3
Holy shit.
million are released. What about the other 3 million? Are you okay with that?
I'm kind of glad that we're watching this. I mean, 3 months feels like an eternity, but man, every once in a while you do need to get reminded where it's like, oh yeah, they really didn't.
Are you okay with 3 million files not being released?
Let's let the process tease out.
They stopped it.
From Todd Blanche.
Yeah, by the way, I mean, again, 3 months now. Todd Blanche came out and just said, oh, there's nothing else to release.
So the process won't be teased out. I honestly didn't think it could get worse than defending Trump posting black people's faces on the bodies of apes, but claiming that he's been the most transparent president on Epstein certainly gives that a run for its money. So let's discuss a little bit of Trump's transparency. We just watched this White House host an influencer event where they waved around fake binders pretending that it was real. We watched the Attorney General claim that the files were on her desk and ready to be released a year ago. We watched Trump bully Marjorie Taylor Greene, his once most vocal supporter, out of Congress over this issue. We watched him try to pressure Lauren Boebert into not signing the discharge petition for the Epstein Files Transparency Act by summoning her to the Situation Room. And now we're watching his Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, offer up half of the files while we're supposed to just ignore the remaining 3 million. If that's transparency, I think we've got to raise our standards. In fact, Trump scoffed at the notion that the DOJ should even be wasting their time on any of this.
If you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, how annoying when the DOJ has to waste its precious time on a multinational pedophile ring. Don't you just hate it when the DOJ has to...
That his friends are implicated in by his own admission.
And it's time doing law enforcement. Isn't it so annoying when our tax dollars have to go after pedophiles? Wouldn't it be so much easier if they could just go after Don Lemon and Adam Schiff instead? So I gotta ask, how do those millions of Trump supporters feel after hearing Trump scoff at the very notion of investigating Epstein? How do they feel about knowing that not only is he in the files, meaning Donald Trump, but much of his orbit is too? Steve Bannon, Howard Lutnick, Trump's new pick for the...
Dude, Lutnick is in him. That mask, I don't know how, like, anybody's defending his ass.
Kevin Warsh, his first-term Labor
crazy.
Secretary, Alex Acosta, literally gave Epstein his sweetheart deal. You thought that you were getting exposure on the Epstein files. Instead, you ushered in the team that has the biggest vested interest in secrecy because they are literally the ones who need protecting. The reality is that no matter how much Donald Trump's loyalists and sycophants echo this idea that Trump is some king of transparency, do not ignore your eyes and your ears. We are right now witnessing the biggest government cover-up in the history of this country, and this White House is on the wrong side of this issue. Whether you want to align yourself with Trump and Epstein's accomplices is up to you, but just to be clear, history will not look kindly on these people.
Nope. And again, 3 months out from this video, and we can already kind of like counter some of what she was saying. All right, we will KU. Trump regime goes mask off on left-wing extremists in leaked document.
So you guys need to realize that this government is actively...
Also, what I did right there, liking his video. If you guys can do me the solid, get my stuff out there, I appreciate
working
that.
against you
Also,
on a daily
sub to the
basis.
channel.
Not only are they not working for you, and not only are
Appreciate
they
it.
like not doing anything positive, they are actively working against you. They want to harm you. If you're a Democrat, if you're a liberal, if you're a leftist, even if you just disagree with MAGA, you could be a Republican. If you just disagree with MAGA, you're on the shit list. Okay, so take a look at this. The White House...
Hell, you can be ex-MAGA just saying, hey, this is a bridge too far, and they're just, it's literally like Scientology.
House just dropped a new counterterrorism strategy that quietly expanded the definition of terrorists by lumping cartels, ISIS, left-wing extremists, and anarchists into the same threat category. The first page of text ends with the phrase, "We will find you and we will kill you." That is printed above the president's signature.
Oh, you think this is the papers finally finding out about MSPM7?
Sure.
Yep.
The language in the document is broad and open-ended. Once political labels become national security threats, the target can change overnight. This is how mission creep starts. Today it's cartels. Tomorrow it's dissidents. That is exactly right, and this is what we've been warning about with NSPM7. Okay, so more. A new counterterrorism strategy for 2026 released by the Trump administration on Wednesday continues to ramp up despotic rhetoric targeting political adversaries and any Americans opposed to authoritarianism. And as Dan Carlin
thank you, LibFam. I appreciate
of
that.
Hardcore History says, this goes along with the post we retweeted yesterday. We've discussed this forever. When you make special legal tools for special threats, you open up the door to using those new tools against anyone. Just change the definition of what they're doing to your special threat category. So in other words, when we have, say, the war on terror, and they go, look, we need to take
NSPM7
away the privacy rights and the due process rights of people who are Al-Qaeda or who are terrorists. We have no choice. They're a special threat, so we need special tools to go after them. Well, obviously you're only one step away then from saying, oh, I got to go after this other group because they're also terrorists.
Yeah.
So expand who fits in that category.
Yeah, this is actually an old story. Like, we covered this months ago.
And then boom, no more rights for anybody. In the same way that when in the Lake and Riley Act, which unfortunately virtually every Republican voted for, I think literally every Republican voted for it, but unfortunately there were some Democrats who voted for it, right? And under the Lake and Riley Act, they took away due process rights for immigrants because they said all you have to do is be
you have to
accused of
just
a crime.
accuse them.
Not convicted, accused of a crime, and then your rights are gone. Okay, we can do whatever the fuck we want with you. Well, that opened up the door for them to take away everybody's rights. Because if there's one group of people that you say, well, they don't have rights, well, then they could just say that you fit in that group of people, even if you don't. So do you understand how this works? If due process is gone for one person, it's gone for fucking everybody. And that's why people need to wake up in this new era. We are in a horrifying, horrifying new era where they are openly saying, oh no, you are the enemy. You're the enemy if you dissent. And so NSPM7, let's remember this. NSPM7,
But also remember, this isn't just extreme leftists. This is actually what kind of pissed me off about his title here. Left-wing extremists. No. they will classify anybody that's a dissenter that doesn't like Trump, like he kind of insinuated at the beginning of this, that it would be right-wingers as well.
Changed a whole of government.
It's centrists that don't like Trump. Anybody.
Mindset approach. Instead of going...
It really is not great where you're just saying, oh, they're coming for the leftist extremists. It's like, no. Make sure that they, if you're going to use that, make sure that the normies know that's how they're seen.
After... back in the day, it was the Soviet Union and the threat of communism. Then it became, we're going after Al-Qaeda.
Repeal the Patriot Act. And it looks like Hawaii is looking at getting rid of Citizens United.
And terrorism. So. It's the war on terror. Well, now Trump changed it to anybody who's not MAGA. So according to their criteria, if you are anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, then you are an extremist and you are a terrorist, and they can use the tools of the government to try to infiltrate and take you down and arrest you and keep you behind bars, okay? And by the way, you should be asking yourself, what does that even mean? What does it mean to be anti-American? They would look at somebody like me who criticizes this country because I want to fix this country, because I love this country. They would look at the stuff I say and go, that's anti-American. It's anti-American to criticize Trump. It's anti-American to say he's corrupt correctly. It's anti-American to go after his illegal war of aggression against a country that didn't attack us. That's anti-American. You're rooting.
It's literally the boys.
For the enemy. That's anti.
And there will be re-education camps.
Anti-American. Oh, or do you want single-payer Medicare for all? Well, that's anti-capitalist, which is anti-American, which means you get locked up. Are you an atheist? Are you an agnostic? Do you not believe in...
the state religion,
mystical fairy tales. Sorry, that's also something that puts you on the shit list, something that makes you a terrorist or terrorist adjacent. They say if you're an extremist on...
And just remember, there's at least 30% of the country that's going to be just fine with this.
On migration or race or gender.
If anything, they're going to cheer it on.
You're the enemy. Well, what does that mean? It means if you want more immigrants to come in this country, as I do, because immigration is good for a country, that means you're an extremist. If you think black people should have voting rights, well, that makes you an extremist because now you're opposed to what the Supreme Court of the United States said when they overturned the Voting Rights Act. If you are in favor of trans people getting the health care that they need and deserve, well, that's you supporting the genital mutilation of children. So you're an extremist on gender. Like, this is the shit that they do, bro.
They'll cheer it on until it is them.
They say if you're hostile towards traditional American views on family, so what does that mean? Like, you can't be proudly in favor of gay marriage, or that means you're a terrorist or adjacent to a terrorist? Think about what they're saying here, guys. And this is what this regime does. This is what they are. And so, and by the way, they're already acting on this. It's not some theoretical threat. They're already acting on when they go after the Southern Poverty Law Center. What do you think that is? They're going after a left-wing group that gives a shit about human rights. And what did that group do? They infiltrated the KKK. They infiltrated neo-Nazi groups. They got information that was then handed off to law enforcement, and law enforcement used that to take down these organized actual terror groups. Instead of the Trump regime going after those same terror groups, the rising threat of right-wing extremists and terrorists, what do? They go after the group that's taking down the right-wing extremists. And they lie about them and they go, oh, they were funding the KKK. They were funding neo-Nazis. No, they were paying informants to get information to take down those groups. But notice what they're doing. They want to go after Act Blue, the Democratic fundraising platform. They are going after them. They're going after the SPLC. This is what they do. There is no group left of center that is safe in this country. They will claim they will claim you're involved in organized crime if you just fundraise for Democratic candidates. This is the moment that
this is an older broadcast. No, this is actually this was released just today.
We're in now.
So.
Okay, this is the moment that we're in. And by the way,
it's his new haircut too.
If you're some sort of liberal and you had a gripe with leftists, you might want to let that shit go, because you know what? They see no difference between you and leftists. If you're a liberal and you go, oh, I'm not as extreme as them, they don't give a fuck. You fall in the same fucking category as every leftist in the country. If you're some fucking Destiny simp who shits on Hassan Piker all day, it doesn't matter. The fucking MAGA regime looks at you like you're all the fucking same, and they want to lock all of you up anyway. And they will use any tool available in order to do that. Okay? We got insane Gestapo thugs running around this country. Stephen Miller, a goose-stepping Jewish Nazi. Okay? These people control policy in this country. We have people being sent to concentration camps, people being sexually abused in these concentration camps, people being tortured. There's allegations of slavery. There's dozens of children, babies, have been tear gassed by these ICE Gestapo thugs. They are Trump's secret police, and he has them at his beck and call. And now you know the whole of government mindset approach change is go after all the dissidents. Okay? So counterterrorism is now, if you disagree with us, we're targeting you. And by the way, I should also point out, you know what else they've done? They've disbanded a bunch of groups, for example, that went after actual cartel crimes, that went after actual child trafficking. What a surprise. The people who are protecting the Epstein class are also protecting current child trafficking rings as well. So they actually stop going after the real organized criminals, and they focus all of their attention.
Lord Dementis, they're talking about anybody that's a left of center.
At innocent immigrants in a Lowe's parking.
If you're a dissenter, if you have any critique of Donald Trump, then theoretically they could come for you under this order.
Trying to be a day late.
Again, old Alex Jones, if this was Obama, he'd be losing his absolute fucking shit over this, and it's all he'd be talking about.
And make $100. They go after them.
MSPM7.
And they go after
Obama's NSPM7. Gotta say that we this is the thing that we have to be very afraid of, that we cannot let it stand. They're coming for anybody that doesn't agree with the regime.
Sure. Anybody left of center who's telling the truth, and
they're gonna lock them up, put them on trains, take them to camps.
Doing right by the American people. It's absolutely disgusting, man. It's disgusting. But buckle up, because this is the world we live in now. Hey, y'all.
All right. Here we go. So we're pretty much just going from this into the fun half. I kind of feel like I want to watch the whole thing, but this is pretty long. Let's see. I kind of feel like I need more context, though. Because, like, here.
Wins. I mean, right? Yeah, if I agree that for the last, 20 or 30 years, there is a tendency, there's, an anti-incumbent bias.
Right.
Where, the people want a change, and so they vote for the other party.
Right. So the problem is that phenomenon gets confused with the sort of electoral viability of centrism. So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who is from the South and pretends to be a black person because he's, plays the saxophone or whatever. And that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Well, no, because what we just described was that after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other. That the person who there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one party has been empowered for a long time, is blamed for everything that's going wrong in the world. And so whoever is on the other side is going to win. We just agreed that that's the case, right? We just agree that that's a phenomenon. And the problem...
I don't think it's inevitable.
When it happens every fucking...
But I think it's a tendency.
It's not necessary. I mean, sure, but we just...
or every cycle.
Just both agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years?
Yeah. I don't know. Watching the little bits that I did of this, I gotta say, I always thought Contra knew more about politics than she actually does.
Yeah. So that being said, it feels like what it seems like is the same people who elected Bill Clinton are still advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same thing he's been saying since then, no matter how many times he's been proven wrong, no matter how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to...
Yeah, fuck it. I want full context of this. We're just going to go for it. I don't care. If we get bored with it, then we'll move on. Fuck it. I'll watch this. Hit the like button. All right. We're just going to go from the beginning here.
Is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
My frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy
So this is all the I just want your takes on this. Anybody that watched ContraPoints, is this her why I left the left pre-vid? Where it's she's going out here, and this is definitely leading up to her making her why I left the left video, which is going to do gangbusters because they always do.
So oppositional.
Let's talk about leverage.
Yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
Hope this isn't copywritten.
Protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of never happy, right? Whereas there are centrist median voters that are more winnable.
And how has that been panning out?
And if the Democrats pivot to the far left,
ooh, good theory.
There's this
it's kind of how I feel about it.
The far left?
Well, by
is
Democratic
not supporting
Party
a genocide as far left?
what's this music? I don't know, but that's why I keep pausing halfway, like I'm trying to do the 4-second rule.
By Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I mean,
isn't that quite the admission?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like.
Can we get to the actual debate?
How we would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line. I've yet not found it yet of like what moral depth to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
So what does that mean?
Yeah.
So I'm here with Natalie Wynn, aka CONTRAPOINTS, who is one of the biggest and most prolific, and I think
All right, yeah. This is a longer thing, so you're not blocked.
most efficacious video essayists on the left in BreadTube. I don't know if you embrace that term. But it's really nice to be. You condemn the term BreadTube. Why is that?
Well, I had never thought it made any sense. Like, I mean, the phrase BreadTube is a reference to the conquest of bread, an anarchist book. I'm not an anarchist. I don't know why this like framing has been imposed on, but you know, it is what it is. You don't get to choose these things.
You know what? I just learned something. I didn't know that's where that came from.
How do you identify politically?
I identify as like a left liberal at this stage, is how I would describe myself.
So
I would say
Destiny.
that I'm aligned with like the left wing of the Democratic Party, like AOC kind of politics.
Well, AOC, at least at one point in her life, self-described as a socialist or a democratic socialist. At least, did she not?
Yes, that's right.
Would you define yourself that way as well?
I think I would at one time also have. I think now I would say I'm probably more of a social democrat. But for me, my attitude towards politics is very not. Well, it's very non-philosophical in a way.
Why don't Dems nominate Sanders?
Because
I mean, we tried.
feel that I react to the situation that I'm in. So I think that, you know, am I a social democrat in the sense that I think capitalism is like this amazing system? Like, no, not really. I just think that social democracy is like the most plausible path to improving what we have. If I like found myself in, I don't know, a Stalinist country, I probably would not be advocating capitalist revolution. I would be advocating like, you know, well, I don't know, some kind of like dangest reforms or something.
So, I mean, from my perspective, you know, someone who's obviously been a witness to some of the backlash and at least your career over the last, 5 or 6 years when I've been more plugged into the online left, it does feel sometimes like some of the pushback you get is because there's a gap in your perceived sort of identification or self-identification, at least at one point, in some of the political stances that you take maybe in a post-2020 world. Does that feel right to you?
Yeah, I do think that there is like a definite proportion of the backlash that I receive that's based on a kind of misreading of me as being sort of having always been more radical than I really was. I mean, I think that part of it is like the aesthetic of what because I started out doing, I'm like this like transgender YouTuber who was making videos about how fascism is bad. This is very like communist coded behavior, at least in like internet culture, right? Like,
I mean, it is no wonder why she did kind of pick up with that audience.
If you're a trans person on the internet, you're complaining about Nazis all day, you're probably a communist, right? And that's true. You are probably a communist if you fit that description.
I mean, that's reductive as shit, but sure.
I mean, I think that
kind of critiquing why they would they would label you that way.
I kind of did have a more. So I mean, I used to be quite centrist in that, like in 2016, I think I was like a Hillary Clinton supporter in the 2016 primary, for the reason that I thought that she was more viable than Bernie Sanders. Then she lost.
Wow.
And I think that did prompt me to rethink a little bit what was possible. Combined with the
fact, she's kind of dumb.
That Donald Trump.
Because they think that you're all useful idiots and the left absolutely can't win power without centrist Democrats. I agree with that.
At the time, seemed like this kind of crackpot candidate who, how could a serious country elect a person like this, right? Well, joke's on me. But like, I think that did make me.
Now I get called like what? Recently, somebody called me a moderate leftist. I'm just like,
Mine is like, well, like maybe like it is time to consider, because I had I had campaigned for Obama in 2012, and so my experience was like talking to these like median.
How old is she?
Voters in like Ashburn, Virginia, or whatever, and like the amount of effort.
Oh wait, 2012. No, she's probably about my age.
Needed to convince them that actually giving people access to healthcare, even if they have a pre-existing condition, did not amount to a totalitarian Islamic socialist takeover of the government.
I only watched the CONTRAPOINTS you play on here, so she means nothing to me.
It made me think like,
I think I've played her one time ever.
Okay, everyone just hates the word socialism so much. Why bother?
God, there was who was it with? I think it was Xander Hall.
But then
There was something. Somebody was covering like a crash out on her end, and then like she left Twitter for a while. I thought.
I don't know. I guess I questioned if maybe that was. So I think I was experimenting a bit more in that era, and also I did get audience captured somewhat. I think because I had a much more leftist audience, but I think we've clashed over that, over my like, I suppose like more pragmatic, moderate stances.
I don't know. It kind of comes across like she's uncomfortable to bring this part up.
I want to come back to this issue of pragmatism, but I want to say that on some level, I empathize with having the notion, especially coming.
Yeah, but they also hate Brianna Joy Gray. They
part
hate
of a marginalized group.
Let's be real. BreadTube subreddit hates everybody.
Interests don't necessarily drive politics, and sometimes drive people away from my politics.
The DGG community.
Feel
better.
I remember in 2007 being asked by like an adult, coming straight out of college, asked by an adult, who I supported in the primary, not really knowing anything about Barack Obama, and kind of having the knee-jerk reaction that I should say Clinton, because I would be perceived as doing witch casting if I said Obama, or it was expected because I'm Black that I would say Obama, and that it was so unlikely that I seemed like the pragmatic person to say Hillary Clinton. And then I had a similar experience over the course, of the primary when Hillary Clinton revealed herself in various ways and frankly actively talked me out of her support.
You're so confused. Okay, to sum this up, ContraPoints is hated on the left because she comes across like she disingenuously used the audience of BreadTube and like the left, and then did a pivot when it suited her to do so, as far as like when Trump started coming into power and blah, blah, blah.
Support. And then
love your show. Nice burp. Thank you, Brian.
By the time
if you haven't already subbed, please do. Seriously, thank you. I always enjoy a good compliment.
2016 came around. Oh, and I also want to validate that, many Black voters did not think that Barack Obama could win, and did not align behind him until after he had won Iowa and demonstrated his viability with white voters, right? So I think there's something very relatable about your approach. I think the question people have is, once this lesson was learned in 2016, that who we were told was electable wasn't who was actually electable, and that there was this appetite in the country for somebody that was more radical, that was more anti-establishment in the form of Donald Trump. And that there was this phenomenon of the Bernie to Trump voter, where those same Trump voters would have been interested in someone like Bernie Sanders, who didn't just talk about healthcare the way that Obama did, but did so in a much more radical way, in a way that was thought to be somehow alienating to the public, but which was in fact populist. If that lesson was learned in 2016, I guess the question people have is, what caused you to sort of move back to this idea that
Brianna Joy Gray is the Candace Owens of the left. I will explain tomorrow.
More centrist pragmatism or incremental.
I mean, again, she got hate because she worked for Bernie's campaign, and then she did like this thing where she kind of burnt the bridge, said, this is why Bernie lost. It's not because of the DNC.
Mentalism was going to be
like, I'm not that far off on that, or am I misremembering that? Please correct me if I am wrong, though.
A more electable and politically viable route.
Well, I think part of it is, so in 2020, I supported Bernie Sanders in the primary.
I'll be honest, I found her through Mark Lamont Hill. She and Mark Lamont Hill did a podcast together for a little bit.
Yeah, I remember. We talked about it on the show, I think.
Oh, maybe we did. Okay, so it hasn't been 10 years. Okay, but yeah, Biden won fairly decisively, both in the primary and the general election, which seemed like a kind of step back from the edge to me. So I think that kind of pushed me in a more moderate direction. Also, as a result of, I think, clashing with people who were abstainers, I felt that, because I've always seen Donald Trump as very menacing, as a nightmarish presence in American politics, who I am willing to resist by any means necessary, essentially. And so I think that I got frustrated with the opposition to voting for Biden. And then in 2024, I think my frustration increased. And I feel like now, I see the second Trump administration.
The only reason people take her seriously is because she was Bernie's press secretary.
Even worse than the first, which I thought it would be. So I feel fairly disillusioned.
She's just admitting that all of her politics are based on vibes. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. But this is going to piss off some people. That's a lot of America.
With any kind of larger ideological project. I mean,
not saying she's right, just saying that's exactly what it is. Those are nice arms. It's a nice chair set.
I guess we could probably spend all day litigating why exactly Kamala Harris lost in 2024 by the margins that she did.
Oh shit! I listened to this entire episode. CONTRAPOINTS is awful in my opinion.
By the way,
I'm not exactly a fan.
diagnose it is largely that like voters moved to the right.
I'm more so just interested in the conversation.
So this has me feeling probably the way that liberals felt, around in like 1991 or whatever, when you had like almost 12 years of like Reaganism at that point, and it's just like, well, my sense of so there's a reason why I'm not like a Democratic Party press person, right? Because my messaging is not inspiring at all. Like I'm aware of this, and like to be clear, no politician should say the things that I'm saying because they're not inspiring. They're depressing. But that's why I'm not a politician, right? Because I don't have an inspiring message, and you need I feel like the politicians that I've seen in my life who have the best messaging are people like Barack Obama and like Zoran Mamdani, who both have this kind of like radiant energy of hope. That is almost more than any.
Yeah, she's literally like the median voter.
Specific policy idea. It's the kind of vibes that they have. I do not possess this quality at all.
Okay. But that phrase, like almost more than any specific
Brianna kind of
policy
caught it right
idea,
there.
I
She's
think
like, you are based on vibes.
That's where the rub comes in, and where I see the frustration that some of the left articulates toward you, not just you, but anybody who takes a more, who believes authentically that a more moderate position is the more electable, sort of smarter, politically advantageous one. Because many of us look at Zoran Mamdani and even Barack Obama in 2008, and I would also say Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020, and say that he was able to, these people were all able to snatch movements out of nowhere, right? Obama was not the likely choice. Senator Sanders didn't even seem to even believe his own campaign was going to have legs when he launched in like the middle of the grass with like 3 cameras around in 2016. And obviously Zoran Mamdani was polling in single digits in a long shot, at least when I interviewed him last February. But I would argue that what propelled all of those individuals into the limelight was not their moderation, but that they stood out among a crowd of moderates who were unwilling to make true criticisms about their own party and the other side, and the ways in which they are often aligned along because of their shared corporate donors, and maintaining substantially the status quo. And so that, to me, is what so many of us learned from 2016, and
what brought her here, though? Like,
Bernie's.
What did I miss? Because it seems like she just all of a sudden started having like discourse on Twitter again, and then here she is.
Greatest sort of gift and contribution to the political space was that calling out corporate elites, calling out the Epstein class, calling out super PAC donors, calling out the military-industrial complex is not something that will get you marginalized and sidelined, but in fact will earn the trust of the public at large. What do you say to that argument? Okay. That in fact, the people that you were sort of characterizing as successful because of their, the person, I don't want to mischaracterize, you put words in your mouth, but charisma, personality, intangibles, in fact, are popular because it is message-driven, it's policy-driven.
Well, it's definitely a combination. Like, I don't think you can have any policy and win based on vibes. And I agree with what you're saying about like populism is very in at the moment, right? And I do think that type of messaging could succeed. I mean,
at the moment, populism has always been.
I see, like,
never mind. I'm not doing the Cenk thing.
The place to litigate this will be in the primary.
I can imagine Cenk hearing that and just going like, "What?"
Well, we didn't get to have one, regrettably.
No,
in 2024.
not in 2024.
20 minutes.
And I do think it's reprehensible that Biden did not drop out sooner.
And there are people who I have to say would argue that, I know I've heard you and Joshua Citarella recently seem to agree that 2020 was a fair race and that the rigging that happened in 2016 of the Bernie campaign was overstated. But it's worth noting. Yeah, it's worth noting that people feel very differently. And even centrists like Jake Tapper in his book with Alex Thompson readily acknowledge that 2016 was rigged, that there was a call that went out that had all the candidates drop out after Biden had failed to win the first 4 contests and circle the wagons around South Carolina. That, of course, there was, $70 million of free media that Biden got after winning South Carolina, that they then changed the order of the primary contest so that a pro-Biden state could go early enough so that they wouldn't have to do quite the same level of machination. But that, again, you had a mass dropping out and coalescing behind a candidate in order to make it seem as though there's an inevitability there with Joe Biden that there simply wasn't. Sorry, I told kind of 2 stories at the same time with 2016 and 2020. But, that was a 2020 story. And in 2016, it was a much more acute. And the Democratic Party, of course, the DNC admitted that they were entitled to and did, in fact, put their finger on the scale in favor of Hillary Clinton. So it does beg the question by some accounts, and I don't expect you to, agree with this, but I do.
Yeah, it was Debbie Wasserman Schultz and like just I want to say like a smaller contingent of people that just decided, nah.
Have to just put out there by some accounts,
Bernie.
we haven't had a real primary since 2008.
I see rigging as too strong a word for what you're describing. I think that, yes, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton some advantage was given to them by having this built-up institutional support within the party. But I also think that, like, but like in 2020, when you say that, like, okay, there's this sort of conspiracy of candidates to all drop out, except for Biden giving him this advantage that he wouldn't otherwise have had against Bernie Sanders. Like, yes, but I feel like that also contains like a tacit admission that the only way for Bernie Sanders to have won would be to split the center-left vote.
Oh, I agree. So I think that that is true, and that is also how Donald Trump won, right? Donald Trump, the Republicans did not do that same thing in 2016, and he was able to win. He has never had a majority of a primary vote in that exact same way. So I think if we were having a different kind of conversation, I absolutely put it on Bernie Sanders in the campaign to have anticipated this outcome and to have done the work that needed to be done. That even if the Democratic centrists maneuver the way that they did and were expected to maneuver, he was still able to win, still be able to win. And that's on him. That's, at the end of the day, that was the responsibility of the campaign.
Putting more effort to win in South Carolina and so on.
Well, I don't think that Bernie had to win South Carolina to win. I think that in some levels, the uphill battle, the frustration is that, Biden loses the first, 4 contests dramatically, right? It's like 4th or 5th place in New Hampshire or whatever it was. And a world where the media was fair would have covered Bernie's win in Nevada as a huge proof of electability, given that he won 70% of the Latino vote. And he would have gotten that huge media boost in the polls after that win and all of the other wins in those early contests. But you can imagine that even if others didn't drop out, if the media continues to ring the alarm bells that Bernie isn't electable because of socialism and Biden is because of Black people, that he might still even be able to carry the day the same way in 2016, those same arguments were made about Hillary Clinton, which were fundamentally untrue, right? As you just explained.
But I guess I wonder, like, I question, like, just how, I mean, I'm sure it has some effect, but how much does the media sort of framing a candidate as unelectable affect the actual voting choices of primary voters?
Well, Natalie, you said that you thought that Hillary Clinton was more electable than Bernie in 2016, right? And you're a very informed and savvy person. And yet every single poll from that election cycle showed that Bernie averaged 10 points up on Hillary Clinton, on Donald Trump, while Hillary Clinton never got out of the margin of error over Donald Trump. And in some ways, her loss to him was perfectly anticipated by the polls.
Realistically, that's why people were freaking out when he lost.
But not by the primary.
Or when he lost and then when she lost.
Right, but I mean, this is the thing. This is what's so interesting about that Black voter example we gave in the beginning about how Black voters didn't get behind Barack Obama until they believed he was electable, which means, that white people would vote for him, which is why the Iowa contest was so important for Obama, right? And similarly, a lot of voters, what their primary concern is beating Republicans. Democratic-leaning voters want to beat Republicans. And so they'll vote for whoever they're told, whoever they believe.
You got to play like the media isn't fair. That is true.
Is the most electable candidate, which is why, when centrists sometimes make this argument, well, Bernie didn't win, or, people just didn't like him. When the media's role in arguing aggressively that he couldn't win. And you have, CNN hosts saying that there's going to be beheadings in Central Park because of the coming socialist raids. Like, well, of course, what else could the voting public possibly believe? They were never once told about how every single poll showed that Bernie was the most electable candidate.
So I guess my concern with this is just that, like, to put so much blame on the media. I mean, like, sure, like, you can always blame the media. Like, I blame the media for a lot of things. I blame the media for a lot of Donald Trump's success because they kind of have inadvertently, but it's like the media is what it is. And like, I think that this needs to be, I guess I feel like there's a kind of like defeatism contained in this kind of idea of it all being rigged, where it's like a progressive candidate to win in the Democratic Party. I think it's possible, right? But I feel that it is this kind of, I see it as, defeatist to suggest that it's all hopelessly rigged.
Well, I don't think it's defeatist. I don't think it's hopelessly. Well, what is the it? What is the it exactly?
Yeah, I was about to say, I kind of feel a little weird about this one because I'm like, she's not necessarily wrong.
The primary, let's say.
Okay.
But...
So if you were to ask me, I would say that my attitude is the opposite of defeatist. But it is. I think I'm being pragmatic. I worked for Bernie, obviously, in 2020. I believed enough in the possibility of winning as a progressive within the Democratic Party to, take a pretty significant pay cut and go be a national press secretary and give my life to this. But then I learned the lesson from that, which is that my fundamental belief is that if you are genuinely progressive, meaning that you take a aggressive stance against the interest groups that are at the root of making life bad for working class Americans, meaning the banking industry, the energy sector, calling out corporate PACs, foreign influence PACs like APAC and all of the rest, the health insurance lobby, obviously. Because you advance populist policies that are counter to those interests, right? Like universal health care, ending wars, the Green New Deal, et cetera. That because those interests are so embedded in the Democratic Party as a corporate party, they will stop at nothing to stop you. I think that is very difficult to argue with. Is it possible that one might be successful despite those efforts? I think it's possible. But I think that it's frankly so unlikely that we have to, as the left, heighten the contradictions, make that really clear to the voting public, and encourage the public to focus their energy.
I don't know why my pause is not working.
On other
Okay, finally. Anyone saying a progressive can't win is a psyop? I do agree with that.
strategies to affect change.
I think this is where this is where the real disagreement begins.
Sure, let's get into it.
Right, like I think because I think that I guess what I sort of don't understand about your position is I don't understand what is like the theory of change here, and on like what time frame do you imagine this happening? Because I guess the way I see it is that the consequences of Donald Trump winning have been so dire that it's like very difficult for me to take seriously the suggestion that like, well, it's a correct, it's the idea that we should have diverted all energy away from Kamala Harris to focus on some kind of more revolutionary long-term change. It's like, well, isn't there some way that we can like, I don't know, both elect a plausible center-left candidate and also have a longer-term, more progressive strategy, considering like stuff like, allowing Elon Musk to come in and destroy USAID, and which is probably killing hundreds of thousands of people, and like the Supreme Court that's overturned Roe v. Wade and is gutting voting rights, and all these like very difficult to reverse, like catastrophic consequences. Like that is like a fairly massive short and medium term sacrifice for a potential maybe long-term benefit.
Well,
and
yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I guess I would maybe need to hear you explain what you think is the theory of long-term change here that comes from voting third party, for example.
Well, I would say two things. One, that I and third-party voters did not cause Trump to win the first time or the second time, right? There were more Trump voters, as you know. Okay. Two, I would say I'm not. While I might believe, frankly, somewhat pessimistically, that but for things getting worse and having a sort of an accelerationist bent, people are not going to wake up and make things better. I am not, in fact, an accelerationist because I wouldn't actively try to make things worse. And it wasn't me arguing that Donald Trump should win over Kamala Harris. My argument was that Kamala Harris is absolutely going to lose if she declines to move on Gaza. And we were right about that, right?
Do you think that Gaza is the issue that cost her the election?
I think it's been pretty proven out by the data. So what we have is a number of studies, including a study by IMEU, that polls Biden 2020 voters as to why they didn't vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, right? Like what makes up that deficit that made him win and her lose. And the number one issue is Gaza.
Okay.
The number one issue. Now, so it's not the majority, it's not above 50% of people, right? But of all of the issues listed at 27% or whatever it was, 29%, it was close to 30%, was Gaza. So there were a lot of different things, right? The short primary, Biden's senility, the sense that they were, dishonest and hiding that from us as a public, the lack of a primary, all of these things. But when you saw how many voters, particularly in swing states like Michigan, were openly saying, we will vote for you. The uncommitted movement, remember, wasn't a we're not going to vote for you movement. It was a we're holding our votes hostage in exchange for this policy concession, which frankly would make you more electable to the broader public because nobody supported at that stage. Very few, the polls were already overwhelmingly in favor of ending support for Netanyahu's government. And the choice was made by the Democratic Party, not people like me, to choose an alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel and its genocide over winning an election. And Donald Trump, who also obviously is a genocidal candidate, at least had the sort of political savvy to try to blur the lines and lie to the public about being a quote unquote anti-war public. And if you
That's a fucking really weird way to put that.
ask a lot of voters, they'll say, I know that.
Because, okay, so in theory, if they lied to you, you would have been better off. Like, you would have thought that was better off. Like, come on.
Trump was lying to me. I know he wasn't anti-war.
Yeah, but then you would do the thing where it's like, but Kamala lied. Like, come on.
But at least it wasn't as in my
Yo, I don't want to go to bat for them, but that's a fucking stupid argument.
face as someone like Kamala Harris saying we're going to have the most lethal army and we're not going to break from Benjamin Netanyahu and I'm not going to break from Biden and his policy.
So I guess I think that I sort of don't really see it as a very strong message that has been sent to the Democrats that they lost this
I
election.
don't see it.
Considering that
Yeah,
Donald Trump
'cause they're
won a
not doing
candidate
anything
who is
about it.
more unconditionally fanatical in his allegiance to Israel, right? And who is even more like who has like gone further than the Democrats, who has like banned all funding for UN aid and relief to Palestinian refugees, and who was like threatening to deport people.
Well,
for
Biden
protesting.
did that.
Biden did what?
Biden cut UNRWA funding. That happened under Biden in like spring of 2024, right?
He didn't cut all of it.
Israel claimed that there were 4 Hamas terrorists in UNRWA, and as a consequence, all UNRWA funding was cut. And that's when the humanitarian crisis
I
really
think she's talking about USAID.
Amplified, as opposed to the starvation, the what do you call it, collective punishment really amplified, right? So I take your point.
That's a factual question. I'll have to look.
I'm pretty confident about that because I was having a report.
I don't buy the Gaza lost the election argument at all. It makes zero sense for your average American to care that much. The thing is, when they were polling people, you have to think of like who they were polling to.
On this on a daily basis on Rising.
I mean, listen, it was definitely a needle mover. Like Dearborn, Michigan, like that, they couldn't afford to lose that much of a vote. Like, but
before, to be clear, I was fired.
The fact that they lost all of the swing states, I don't buy that.
Because of that exact kind of reporting, right? Reporting on the facts of what was happening in America's lockstep. And
hey, Pep, what do you say to the people like Paul Zigo who think Trump and Kamala are two sides of the same coin, and we would have been had much of the same outcomes had Kamala been elected instead? I think that's a cheap, like, honestly, that's a coward's way out.
Enabling of,
and it's almost borderline like you might as well be Alex Jones at that point, where it's like the deep state's going to do whatever the deep state's going to do. There is no difference.
Israel's genocide.
I caught myself saying some shit like that, and then I realized I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? No.
But the bigger point I would say is this. I can readily concede that there are many ways in which Trump is worse than Biden, obviously, and that Republicans generally.
I believe much more in the idea that like moneyed interests definitely have them, but if you're gonna call that deep state, fine.
Are worse than Democrats. I think the question, people in who share my politics have the feeling that one party being worse than the other is an insufficient reason to vote for the lesser of two evils, when there is enormous latitude for the better party to simply stop being evil. And that the big trick of liberalism is convincing folks that you have to be at least a little bit evil in order to win.
Honestly, I would argue that the biggest thing was they were trying to sell us on an economy that wasn't great.
Even when
and again, not having the primary really, really hurt people, and Kamala just not being a popular candidate.
Opposite is true. Even when supporting Medicare for all makes you more electable, even when...
And here's the thing that we can't forget. Even with her, unlikability and all that bullshit, Trump only won by like what, 1.2, 1 point something percent?
Supporting Palestinian rights makes you more electable.
Wasn't significant.
Democrats are making choices not, in fact, based on electability, but based on what their corporate donor base wants them to do. And if we ever want both parties to stop slipping more and more in that direction, and for there to be any red lines in this...
I'll catch you later, DA.
And even over something as cataclysmic as a genocide, somebody has to say, you have to earn my vote at some point in this. So I would turn your question to me back around to you. On what timeline, at what point, is there ever going to be a litmus test among liberal Democratic voters that says this is a kind of evil that I will not succumb to, that I will not support with my vote?
I mean, I see the place to litigate that isn't a primary, and I understand the frustration with not having primary in 2024. But that is the way this ought to work, and it's the way I expect it.
God, I'm actually agreeing with Contra way more than I thought I would.
To work in 2028. But I think that...
You think we're going to have a fair primary in 2028?
I think so. I mean, so I guess I'm not as... Again, I think I'm not as impressed as you are by the claim of rigging, which I feel like is a somewhat exaggerated claim for a institutionally backed candidate having an advantage. I mean, I think that I also feel like there's some tension between. So you're saying that you don't think that third party voters or abstaining progressives are the reason why Kamala Harris lost. So in what sense is then Gaza the issue? Because again, it's like if you look at the map, it looks, and if you look at how many votes Jill Stein got, less than 1% versus the significant electoral college and popular vote victory of Donald Trump, it looks too...
That's right. I remember why I had a problem with Brianna Joy Grays, because she was a Jill Steiner. I remember.
I
can't stand Jill Stein. I genuinely cannot stand her.
It looks like voters shifted to the right, in other words. And so,
why do you say that?
Well, because...
On what?
Because Kamala Harris didn't lose to a huge amount of voters turning third party. She lost to people turning to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And people staying home. So take the Muslim vote, for example.
Okay.
I think about 50% of Muslim Americans voted Republican and the other half voted Green. Because of Gaza,
Yes.
right? So, you can sit here and have a debate about the wisdom of voting for Donald Trump when he was going to be worse. But when I say it's not on the voters.
Oof, that's a huge L on Brianna.
It's because there is
I say so, yes.
enormous latitude for Kamala Harris to simply say, you know what?
And I also agree, yeah. Jill Stein, Russian PSYOP. Yeah.
There's a genocide, you're right. Benjamin Netanyahu is unpopular. His government is unpopular even within Israel. I stand with, I will not support sending weapons and arms to Israel. Ceasefire now. And she could have won, right?
Before that to be true, doesn't it have to be the case that she lost the election because of protest voters or abstainers, as opposed to what I'm trying to argue is that, one, Jill Stein voters, as you point out, are not the ones. But people who chose to stay home or vote for Trump, absolutely. Okay. I mean, definitionally you lose because some quantity of voters that voted for your team before either stayed home or went to the other side. And my argument is that those voters could easily have been kept in the pen. Now, to be clear, my personal politics are, I don't think they should go back to the Democratic Party. I don't think anybody should go back to the Democratic Party. Yeah.
But if I'm a Democratic strategist, if I'm Kamala Harris, I don't get to argue that I was entitled to those votes that I easily could have gotten by simply changing my position to a more populist one. It's almost akin to saying, if I'm Kamala Harris.
The thing is, they didn't even need to do anything that extreme. They needed to let up like a few speakers to support Palestine at the DNC. That would have been nice.
And I come out on stage and decide to say,
fuck. You could have made him, Jewish. Like, you could have had Sam Cedar up there, and that would have been great. But
I hate everybody who lives west of the Mississippi. If you live west of the Mississippi, I do not want you to vote for me. If you live west of the Mississippi, we're going to bomb you and kill you. And then election day comes, and she's like, gosh, man, it's really unfair that I lost the election because I antagonized everybody west of the Mississippi. Like, it was the electable position for her to take. And she
yeah, but the electable position for her to take was also socialized medicine. Yes, like going with a more populist agenda.
Declined to take it. So
but this is where it's disingenuous to say that it was the Gaza vote instead of just, the hard pivot towards Liz Cheney.
At what point do we hold politicians accountable for choosing to throw an election rather than to modify America's relationship with a genocidal country?
So I think there's two questions here, right? Like, one is, whose fault is it that she lost?
I watched this. I watched this only being aware of how it was received. So I thought Contra was going to say some seriously ridiculous stuff. Not the case.
Scripted question, and then the other is, should we have advocated that she lose? A more of a normative question. So, like, the descriptive question, like, I think the blame for why an election turns out the way it does is always going to be widely distributed, right? And, like, of course, some fault is on Biden and on Kamala Harris. Like, I do think that, like, yeah, I would agree with the criticism that the Biden administration failed to they did not have the agility to respond to the situation in Gaza by breaking from, like, decades of bipartisan consensus that Israel's our closest ally and blah 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 blah, right? Like, they did not have the agility to read the situation and change. Like, I agree with that.
What do you mean they didn't have the agility?
I mean that they acted in a way that was consistent with how American foreign policy has been for decades.
She's not necessarily wrong about this either, because the American media, like Piers Morgan, for instance, is a good barometer of this. At that time, he was still playing that fence sitting bullshit. Then, sure as shit, after Trump won, then all of a sudden he was just like, oh yeah, you know what? It's time.
Opposed to recognizing that this situation
makes me wonder if it was actually like genuine.
Yes and no, right? Because there are these,
Yeah.
I broadly know what you're saying. I'm not trying to be so nitpicky, but there are these moments where American presidents, Reagan famously, have picked up the phone and said, Israel, you have to stop bombing Lebanon. This is a bridge too far. And they stop, right? They understand that their ability to exist is contingent on U.S. aid, right? Okay.
Yeah,
we do have the
I
power
agree
to
that,
control.
like, it is a failure of the Biden administration. They should have been far more aggressive in conditioning aid. I agree.
Or conditioning at all. To be clear, they didn't condition. They violated.
Yeah, we're not doing that now.
American law and not conditioning aid at all to Israel.
Yeah, we're not doing that now.
I mean, well, okay, I won't get into saying why I think Trump is the worst, which I do think he is. But I think that the second question is still like, should people have, because you're not just saying that it's Kamala Harris's fault that she lost. You're also saying that you think that she should have lost. You want her to have lost, and you
Well, that's a
advocate.
separate argument that I was trying to be transparent about my own politics, which I recognize are more radical than most. So I don't really want to. I mean, we can, but it's like a bit of a side quest. It's like me litigating that like I'm anti-circumcision. Nobody really cares. Like it's not really the point of this.
Well, I don't think it's a side quest at all. Like I think like advocating to abstain or to vote third party, that to me is the issue.
Well, no, because there's a difference between me, who has more of a radical or like has a much more pessimistic belief about the Democratic Party and its ability to be saved, and who frankly thinks we should just get to it and focus the bulk of our efforts towards growing the Green Party or PSL or whatever third party we as a community want to invest in. And what I think is the more accessible argument that I think liberals need to engage with, which is, do you want the Democratic Party to represent your interests? Do you want it to be a populist in the meaning of a kind of a majoritarian populist party that is therefore more electable because it is advancing popular policy items, right? That include not supporting endless wars, including not supporting genocide, include supporting Medicare for all, et cetera. And if you as a regular, mostly normie Democrat who supports those things, like 88% of Democrats who support Medicare for all, I think it's absolutely your obligation to say that I'm not going to give you my vote. It makes no sense when 88% of Democrats and almost half of Republicans support Medicare for all, for you to be putting up even a single candidate in a presidential cycle who does not support Medicare for all. But that's exactly what we get every time. And it's an independent like Bernie who'll come along and be the one guy in the room who's willing to advocate for the obviously popular and electable thing. And if we're having an electability conversation fundamentally and a how to beat Trump conversation fundamentally, or J.D. Vance or Tucker Carlson, whoever it is that comes down the transom, then why wouldn't you enthusiastically be saying, oh my gosh, yes, we have to push these people into the electable position?
I still feel that it's like a bit evasive, that you're trying to, well.
I also think that it's kind of short-sighted to not like you're going to have to concede on some of that. You know, that's like, it's the art of the deal. You got to give, it's give and take.
So you're arguing that
what I'm not hearing is like what you would be willing to accept as far as a concession.
We ought to, the blame for Kamala Harris losing ought to be on Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Yeah.
But you're also
and the Democratic Party,
But you also do not support that people vote for them. So it's like it seems like you're saying it's their fault that they lost, but you also wanted them to lose.
I see the disconnect. My belief that we should abandon the Democratic Party altogether comes from my observation that pushing them doesn't work. Okay. So I
Yeah, but there was no alternative. Like, okay, in fucking Candyland, where we have that perfect candidate, sure.
Look, if people tried to push them and
or not even perfect candidate, where we actually have a viable third party candidate,
worked, then
but Jill Stein wasn't it.
My priors would be invalidated, and I'd have to be open to the idea of working within the party again, right? And I might have an evolution back to the center, hypothetically. But the reason I personally, through my proximity to the Bernie campaign and following politics over the last 5 years and witnessing what Biden did with his trifecta for the first 2 years, his disinterest in shoring up the Supreme Court, packing the Supreme Court, doing any kind of real Supreme Court reform, even as the leaked memo that Roe was about to get overturned.
To be fair, positions she's putting forward are ones that are pretty non-negotiable.
Now,
then what's the point?
All of that, the Build Back Better.
The thing is, if you know you're going to lose, like you're not, it's like, come on. Did she actually delude herself into thinking that like her protest vote was going to do anything?
Bifurcation that
I'm sorry. Now we are in this part, like in the find out phase where it's like, yeah, we fucked around. Now we are finding out because it didn't do anything. If anything, it actually kind of pushed them even further to like trying to open up to like the, Lincoln Project dipshits.
The minute the $15 minimum wage, all of those things have led me to the conclusion that I happen to hold. But
then again, this is where I think that it's because of the establishment that will not just let it happen.
Also acknowledge.
I acknowledge that
other people aren't there yet.
The Debbie Wasserman Schultz's, the DNC, like that's the problem there. But
and to get to where I am, they have to witness what I've seen. So I would love to see them try
realistically, though, like people like Kamala could have told them to fuck off, and she could have, maintained her position on specifically like bringing on somebody from Palestine. That would have helped. Not fucking completely abandoning the fucking, okay, you know what? Maybe we should try towards it. Even a single payer option. Like she literally went from Medicare for all to like just abandoning it. Like the entire fucking, like the entire situation at all.
To push the party. I suspect that they will fail and that they will come around to my side. But I do think the obligation is, of course, to push the party. Yeah.
This is the sort of what I'm not following, is that you seem to be suggesting that
this is truly high on politics today, by the way.
Liberals need to be pushing the Democrats left, although you think that is a futile project.
Yeah, I think that it will.
If it's futile, then why should we do it?
Because it
okay, that's a good point.
is a way to heighten
Yeah, then why even try?
the contradictions and cause people to have a consciousness about the Democratic Party and who they really are.
That's not what they're gonna do. Like that's great if you're talking to like college kids that are still kind of malleable on that shit, but you're not gonna win over any moderate Democrats with that attitude. I'm sorry, it's just a fact. Oh well, we don't need them. Alrighty then, I guess. Republicans, here's the country. I don't know what to say.
Consciousness that has
I'm not even a fan of the Democrats, but at this point it is very defeatist.
started to happen under Bernie Sanders, and it really blossomed because of Gaza. Because so many people who weren't that political, or maybe even were right-leaning and were anti-war in a right-leaning way, saw what was very obvious, which was that supporting supporting Israel was a losing proposition, and that no amount of warning signs would convince the Democratic Party that they should drop this issue or even pretend to drop the issue with the short term in order to win an election, and that the party fundamentally cared more about Israel.
Well, no, and they could have made it a lot easier where they didn't even have to attack Israel by itself. Like they could have attacked Biden and said that he was being too lenient on Israel
Than it did about beating Donald Trump.
Like they could have used like that fucking tiptoe tactic, but no, that's where Kamala had to fucking play that game where she's just like, AIPAC, I mean, I really need them.
And how can you ask voters to care more about beating Donald Trump than a party who only really uses Trump as a cudgel to advance its corporate and imperialist interests?
I guess it seems to me, though, that, like, again, what the theory of change that you're suggesting is that presumably a fairly long-term project of bringing about the disintegration of the Democratic Party and the emergence of some kind of new left populist party. I mean, that's what you're suggesting, yeah?
100%. And just the same way as the...
Yeah, this is where I keep saying it about like, okay, well, then you're going to have to wait a few election cycles, but we're going to have to like, plant those seeds.
Republican...
trees don't just grow in a day.
Party emerged because neither major American party was willing to acknowledge abolitionism as a movement. Right. Right. No one was willing to recognize the abolitionist movement. And so the Republicans emerged because there was half the country that was completely unseen within the political context.
But if that doesn't happen on a reasonable time frame, like if the Democratic Party does not disintegrate, then it seems that what you're advocating is, for us to essentially wind up with like a 50-year MAGA Reich, which...
Well, no, to be clear, the Democrats at any point could choose to win. Right? The Democrats at any point could choose to win. All they have to do is say, we're not going to support a genocide. Is that too much to ask?
I guess I'm not convinced that the Democrats will easily win if they simply say we're not going to support a genocide.
Why not?
Because
I'm looking at the poll now. It was 29%.
Donald Trump won perfectly well without making any such concession.
Au contraire, he said he supported a ceasefire. This is my point about how the right is willing to lie about it, and the Democrats won't even pretend to lie about it.
Wasn't Kamala Harris also at least nominally in favor of a ceasefire and a two-state solution?
No, she had to try. Well, the two-state solutions.
I don't like this where they have to also try to rewrite history like Kamala was somehow more pro-Israel than she actually was.
A whole other conversation. That is not really the demand at present. But
I don't know.
She had tried it out.
I've noticed that they've been like, you had to do that.
AOC at the DNC after precluding any Palestinians, pro-Democrat Palestinians from speaking at the DNC to argue that Kamala Harris was tirelessly fighting for a ceasefire when subsequent biographies, like Kamala Harris's 107 Days biography and this Alex Thompson, Jake Tapper book, acknowledge that at no point, reporting is clear, at no point did Joe Biden consider a ceasefire. At no point. And that was a bald-faced lie, right? Which is part of why there's so much frustration with the sort of AOC left. Because here's where my argument continues. That when you do get progressives elected, and I was extremely enthusiastic about AOC, I was there the night reporting on her victory primary that nobody expected her to win. I was there her first day in office when she did the Green New Deal sit-in. And very hopeful about what was going to happen with her and the other electeds that were...
Harris couldn't call it a genocide without pissing off the Zionists. Yeah, neither could Bernie, though.
Progressives that were elected in the years after. But in truth, the party changes you rather than the other way around. And this dovetails...
Like Bernie, just recently, did that?
Sorry, I want to give you a chance to respond, but this dovetails with another, I think, criticism that you make of the left, which is that we don't... What is it, famously, that you're famously quoted as saying...
I don't know, actually. I'm trying to figure it out. I thought that Contra buried herself in this, but I'm not seeing as much.
The left doesn't want power. The left wants to endlessly critique power. And this
unless near the end that she just goes for it.
Comes up and critiques of people like AOC and Zohran Mamdani once they get into office. But we can come to that. I want to give you a chance to respond. I've said a lot.
Well, I still don't understand why you think that. Why does Donald Trump not have to do any of these things to get elected that you think that progressives would have to do?
Do what things?
Well, to, call for the end of Israel as a Jewish state or whatever, to...
By the way, I do think that that should happen. That's me and my personal politics. And I think there's a good reason for that, because the maintenance of a Jewish majority in the Arab world requires apartheid. It requires denying Palestinians the right to return. To create a demographic majority, you have to do exactly what Israel's been doing, which is genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. So that's my view. But to be clear, that is not what I think Kamala Harris had to do to win.
I found that Contra has a lot of very enthusiastic and idealistic leftist anti-fans.
Okay, but so I guess I don't understand why
Trump was the vibe vote.
Why, like, the voters seem to have no trouble electing Donald Trump, this man who has a...
Realistically, it's like, dude, this is the problem with being so up like your ass about fucking politics and like doing these micro fucking looks into why they lost. And realistically, it's because Joe Biden was unpopular because economy bad. They thought Trump, might do better.
An extremely pro
Realistically, that's what happened. And then you had a bunch of sexist people that just sat out the election.
Israel position.
That's how I see it too, is because that's also an issue that nobody's actually bringing up. Like the country was actually kind of sexist, and they kind of did play that card.
Israel than the Democratic Party does. Like, why is he able to get elected without...
But she also wasn't exactly somebody that could really rally the troops.
Pivoting against it.
I'm sorry, Kamala wasn't the banger everybody thought it was.
Israel, whereas why is this a condition for the Democrats to succeed?
Well,
I feel like what you're saying would make more sense if Jill Stein had gotten like 30% of the vote or something. I'd be like, well, okay, that's you have a point there.
I kind of feel the
but
same
that's
way.
not what happened, right?
Yeah.
It's voters are supporting a further right, more pro-Israel candidate.
Right, or just sitting home.
So it's a little bit hard for me to reconcile with the idea that this is the reason why Democrats can't get elected.
I think for one, it's to punish Joe Biden, under whom this genocide started and under whom to date most of the deaths have occurred and most of the infrastructural destruction in Gaza has occurred, right? So it cannot go ignored that while you could anticipate that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, and should have anticipated that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, that doesn't justify, in the eyes of many voters, including voters whose lives and families have been directly implicated by this genocide, voting for the guy who did it. So if I'm standing there, stabbing you, I don't mean to like conjure violence, but if I'm standing there.
We didn't vote for Netanyahu, okay? I understand that we did fund a lot of Israel's stuff, but come on.
With a can of gas having burned your house down. And I'm like, vote for me or the other guy. The other guy's going to burn your house down twice. I mean, you can imagine that you as an individual aren't going to want to vote for me. I just burned your house down.
This is weird. I'm actually legitimately kind of like, this is the opposite of how I thought this would go.
So I can understand.
I don't agree with her logic. Yeah, neither do I.
The psychology of that for when you're the person whose house is being burned down. But I also sort of don't really see. So I don't understand how like Biden's stance on Israel is being effectively punished by electing someone.
And the thing is, it's also not acknowledging how much the economy had to do with this, man.
With even more pro-Israel.
God.
Well, people are saying you can't win. You're not going to be allowed to win under these conditions. If you want to win an election, Democratic Party, you have to move not even to the left, to the center. So for the majority of the...
And honestly, it's also like there was no Riz. Like nobody was feeling very enthusiastic to go and vote for a fucking Democrat.
Country is, and the majority of the world is, on Israel. because you understand, Natalie, that like in elections, there's a bunch of people who are always going to be Republicans. There's a bunch of people who are always going to be Democrats, and they're fighting for this center swing group.
Mister, I made sure to pronounce cats the last...
The swing voters. Yes. And anti-war sentiments, along with a lot of other sentiments.
All right, fair enough.
Many of which, frankly, I don't align with.
You got me.
Are preponderant among that group, right? And that was a real driving force in the electorate. Among the people that you needed to get to change, Gaza anti-war, I mean, Trump has been cultivating a sort of anti-war, anti-interventionist personality for a really long time, right? One of the things he bragged about was being a president that started no new wars. Now you can sit here and you can argue with that, right. But like that was something, that was a pitch that he...
But he did say that, yes.
But that's a pitch that he made. So this is my point. You say that Trump didn't have to do the things that I'm saying that Biden or Kamala Harris should have done. But he did. And it was a lie, but he did do those things. He presented, he listened to the base and he gave them the message that they want to hear. While
Kamala was... also that the Democrats lied.
In what way?
Well, in terms of like, I mean, you've suggested that the Democrats lied about wanting a ceasefire,
yes.
lied about, conditioning aid.
Yeah, I do. I think they lied less effectively, and I think they lied more minimally. I think when you have one guy lying and saying, I'm going to end the war.
They should lie better.
Well, no, I think that they should tell the truth and cut ties with Israel.
What the fuck, Brianna? Jesus Christ. No, that's double speak right there. This whole time, the entire argument was like, at least they can lie. At least they can fucking tell me what I want to hear. And then when it comes down to it, it's like, no.
But if we're asking who's responsible, who had the power, who the onus was on to actually stop Trump, that clearly was not me or any podcaster or any voter or anybody tweeting on Al Gore's internet, Elon Musk's internet. It was the party who had the. And one last point I would make about this is, I'm sure you've been following this, what's going on with this DNC autopsy report. Have you? I shouldn't say I'm sure. People have lives.
Okay, she sounds insane. No offense. Are you talking about Brianna Joy Gray? Because I'll be honest. Like, now I'm starting to kind of like go, what? Like what? Like I said, I was not expecting to agree with Contra.
I'm sure you've heard that the prevailing theory, which may not be true, but the prevailing theory is that the reason they don't want to, at least the autopsy report, is that it shows exactly what the IMEU study and other studies have shown, which is that the number one issue for Biden 2020 voters that didn't want to vote for Kamala in 2024 and didn't vote for Kamala in 2024 was ending Israel's violence in Gaza at 29%, followed by the economy, 24%, Medicare and Social Security at 12%, immigration at 11%.
I just refuse to believe that because of literally the anecdotal evidence of everybody that I've talked to that voted for Trump.
Healthcare at 10%, and on down the line.
And these aren't like Trump supporters. These aren't the guys that were waving the flag. These are dudes that work in automotive shops and shit like that, where they just fucking are like, hey, you know what? Biden sucks.
So if they release
next,
that, the idea is, I'm sorry, just to put a fine point on it. The idea is that if the Democratic Party acknowledges and releases that they knew that was the case, then suddenly the onus is very clear, right? Who has the responsibility for losing to Trump is very clear. And the contrast that I think is my mission as a podcaster and a political commentator.
Okay, so the podcast is called Bad Faith. So is this a wrestling podcast where they're just playing to like the idea of their worst takes? Like what do you mean by that?
To demonstrate who the Democratic Party really is and what their priorities really are becomes very obvious to everyone. And I think you do start to get a lot of defections from the party, or at least calls for an enormous overhaul of leadership, et cetera.
Well, yes, I want them to release the autopsy. I want them to do whatever it takes to get elected. If that means cutting off all aid to Israel, then they should.
Can't you look up the autopsy? I thought I found it.
Do that. I mean, I think it probably, in reality, is likely wrapped up with a bunch of other issues, like the fact that voters are upset about inflation, or about like vague concerns about like maybe my child might encounter a transgender book in schools, and the Democrats are supposed to do something.
That wasn't on the list, by the way. That isn't on this IMEU list at the very least. Nothing.
Well, I hope it's not.
Nothing cultural. Abortion policy was number 9, and at 9%, and I don't know was 5%, but nothing about transports, nothing about COVID. A lot of issues that I think folks thought were going to be determinative weren't, at least among these Biden 2020 to Harris 2024 voters.
But can you see how it's like a little bit difficult for me to take your criticisms of what you think the Democrats ought to do to get elected when you're simultaneously saying that people should not elect them? Like your position is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. So because it's not in your interest for the Democrats to get elected based on your positions, right? You don't want them to win.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't want the Democrats to win, right?
I think.
Yeah, it was dudes voting with line go brrr that voted for Trump without anything. To line went brrr, the economy went brrr.
In an ideal world, given how hard it's going to be and how hard it already is for so many people, in an ideal world, I mean, I worked for Bernie for this reason. In an ideal world, a social democrat like Bernie Sanders gets elected. We get universal health care, a basic social democrat safety net, free education, and our little capitalist kingdom gets to tip along for another 100 years and save a lot of people from immiseration. I think that's what I was working for, along with so many other people in 2020. But what I learned was how unlikely that is. What I learned from experience. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, your current position though is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. Isn't this sort of an energetic drain at minimum on the enthusiasm that it takes to be able to win elections?
How so?
Well,
because you're not focusing your energy on actually building a movement, you want to tear one down.
I mean, it seems that you're using your platform to encourage people to abstain or to vote third party or to sort of in general just give up on the Democrats. Doesn't that, like my experience is that in 2024, it was very difficult to advocate for Kamala Harris in public with a leftist audience because of the extreme push, the genocide allegations, yes, that you would then be accused of. Like, I feel like I guess I don't see voting as like a symbolic expression of my like virtuous stance on any particular issue so much as I do like a consequentialist calculation about like what is the actual effect of this, and the actual effect of electing Donald Trump has been disastrous.
Yes.
God damn it.
And the actual effect of voting blue no matter who means that we get more right-wing presidents every time, both on the Democratic side and on the Republican side. And the only way to curve that ratchet curve.
That's not necessarily true, because you could argue that the easier opposition is leftists and or like Democrats in power that are ineffectual. So you could primary them a lot easier from like an incumbency position.
For that ratchet effect, would
arguably
be to say, hey, Democrats,
even though, you know, most people think of an incumbency and they think, okay, well, that person automatically won.
you absolutely can get my vote. My vote is absolutely gettable. And it's not because
Jesus, this is tedious. That's why I saved it for the end.
I'm asking for some crazy demand that's going to cause you to lose 3 other votes somewhere else. It's only upside. I have a plan for you, Democrats. Here's how you win. You oppose the genocide, you call it a genocide, and you say you're going to stop funding the genocide and follow follow American law, the Leahy Law, which prohibits me from funding.
No, I think Contra took this ironically on good faith, thinking like, okay, so we're gonna you know, hash some of this stuff out. Maybe you'll learn a few bits on you know, her position, and honestly, Brianna's just kind of using this to kind of hammer her position and just constantly and kind of be like, okay, so we can agree that this is exactly why they lost, right? It's like, no, it's just like, well, that if we can't agree on that, then maybe we can agree that this is why they lost. It's just like, well, not really. Like,
these war crimes to begin
You're right.
with.
It is tedious.
And you can win. How can you argue against that?
Because people have been making this argument my entire life. I mean, people argue about Ralph Nader in year 2000.
What argument?
The argument that
today's Tuesday.
by
Shit.
voting third party, there's an opportunity to meaningfully shift the Democrats.
No, but that wasn't what I just said, right?
Move left. Well, what
I just said is, hey, I'm a Democrat. This is what I was advocating for Democrats. If you want to be me, great. But if you're a Democrat, my argument is to say, and this is what the uncommitted movement was saying, my vote is up on offer. I want to give you my vote. I want to stop Trump. I want to give you my vote. And all you have to do is do this thing, which is going to make you more popular and more electable. And the Democrats said, no, I would rather lose than incur the wrath of my AIPAC donors or whatever else is at
Lost track of time.
the root of our
By the way, I'm going on Dieter's show tonight.
entanglement with Israel as a country, our military base that is the state of Israel.
But in order for this like blackmail message to be effective, like doesn't it have to be the case that third party voters are the determining factor in swinging the election, which you just said that
Well,
they are
not third party voters.
Like,
people who declined to vote for Kamala Harris are not third party voters.
Do the protest voters have the leverage to be taking the election hostage in this way?
Well, they quite obviously did, and that's why they don't want to release, arguably, the autopsy report, right? They quite obviously did. And if that becomes, well, okay, sure, but what's not speculation is that we know that 29% of people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, but who did vote for Biden in 2020, said that ending Israel's violence in Gaza was the reason, right? So if you're the Democrats and you have this option, part of me wants to open one of these books and rifle through, because I remember at some point in, I can't remember if it's Original Sin or in 107 Days, I think it's Original Sin, there was reporting, and there's been ample reporting at this point, 2 years out, that internally, Biden understood, they understood how much this issue was hurting them. And they chose to ignore it. In fact, they chose to double down on it. Right? And I don't understand, like, at some point, Natalie, like at some point, I mean, is there anything that Democrats would do that you would say, if Donald Trump, if the 2016 version of Donald Trump were running against the 2024 Donald Trump?
The thing is, why put all this energy into like being like, so is there anything you would do to not vote for? I mean, at this point, why aren't you just running for like MAGA? Like here, it's the same thing. I don't know, man.
On the Democratic
it seems
ticket.
Weird.
Would you say that we should vote for 2016 Donald Trump because his first term was better than his second term?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how we would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line. I have yet not found it yet of like what like moral depth to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
So what does that mean?
Yeah.
So play that out for me. Everyone always asking me to play out my plan. Play out the consequences of vote blue no matter who. Because you and others, I don't mean to put it all on you, but ask me what the timeline is. I got to this place.
I would say literally the next 8 years, because people like, this is the thing. We've come to a point where we all agree on something. Like it happened to Bernie. We saw it, like we saw them do it. And then we saw them do it again where we were just like, and then we got Biden. That was the consequence. What sucks is that we didn't have somebody that was an actual fucking like leftist candidate. Like AOC probably would have had a shot had we been able to get a primary, elect her, like pass the primary, and then go to the fucking general. But we got what we got. That's what sucks. This is where I have to say, and this is going to sound kind of shitty, but this isn't the election that we should really run this referendum on.
place because I started asking more centrist-oriented people what the timeline is for Medicare for all. How long are we supposed to deal with the fact that 68,000 people die every year from a lack of health insurance?
But the alternative is just allowing it to happen with a stronger opponent. What the fuck? This is the stuff that I can't stand.
What's the timeline on that? And I had people come.
I'm glad that you could ask these questions, but not ask them of yourself.
Come to me who were Medicare for All activists in the state of California, who were Bernie's Medicare for All czar, and their plans were minimum 20-year time horizons, saying that, well, the argument that was made to me was Gavin Newsom was going to get Medicare for All in the state of California, that he was going to become president, and that he was then going to bring Medicare for All to the entire country. Gavin Newsom doesn't even support Medicare for All anymore, obviously. And the state of California, with its overwhelmingly Democratic legislature, has intentionally scuttled their health care program now multiple times, including just recently. So at a certain point, I mean, let me maybe ask it this way, Natalie. How much do you think that donor influence and corporate interests are determining the policies of the Democratic Party?
Well, they certainly have some effect. I think I maybe don't think they have quite the level of effect that you do, because yes, they have some effect, but they also, like, at the end of the day, do still need to get elected, right? So I don't think there's an infinite capacity for corporate influence. Like, there's a limit to how far you can push it where people will stop supporting
this is kind of my point. That we saw that limit with Gaza, and they didn't care, right?
Like, Democrats have tried over the years to, like, I mean, Obama came fairly...
Yeah, vote blue versus MAGA, which is worse.
Like with the Affordable Care Act, they came fairly close to getting...
This is where I like Olay. She made, or Allure Nadi, she made a awesome argument about electing your opposition, right? Like, if you had to choose an easier opponent to sell your ideas against, you would probably choose a Democrat that, you know, oh, this guy's technically like a right-wing Democrat. Wouldn't you actually like somebody that, you know, really wants you to do better? Also, they don't do recess politics. Like, that's what Trump is great at. Trump is a recess politician. You remember recess politics, like when you were in school, like school government, where it was just like, you know what? Extra recess. 15 minutes of extra recess. I'm going to put it to a vote, and we're going to win. We're going to win, folks. Extra recess, and then we're all going to get free Lunchables. Free Lunchables for everybody.
Not Medicare for All, but a single-payer option.
Well, Natalie.
It's fairly close.
But they
show and tell every day.
They did it. Okay, but, like, why is it, Natalie? We know how slim the Republicans' margins are right now, right?
Yeah.
And yet they managed to do everything in the world. Why is it that Barack Obama had a supermajority? When we say it was scuttled by Joe Lieberman, we're saying that he was the 60th vote in a supermajority.
Yes.
And why is it that it seems to be the
Ergo, Trump is the vibe
case
vote.
that Democrats are always 1 or 2 votes shy?
Well, that's why I'm arguing that's why he's so popular with his base.
From doing the thing.
Know, and that's also where, like, Democrats, they do kind of lack that.
That, you know, 75%.
And I mean, she said it herself. She wanted to be lied to. Just lie to me.
Of the country wants them to do. But
softly, just lie to me.
Republicans always manage to push through the thing that only 20% of the country wants them to do.
Well, do you think that
this girl's coming off like a disillusioned Democrat who's now becoming a MAGA sympathizer?
I mean, do you really think that, like, Nancy Pelosi, for example, didn't want single payer? Like, I think that she did.
Yes.
Like, I think that this genuinely was.
Don't.
You don't think that she did?
I don't think that Democratic leadership, Nancy Pelosi, whomever, I don't think that Democratic Party leadership.
Pep, you voice acting that game made it extra awesome. That's one of the rare times I'm gonna go back and watch probably the full segment while I'm editing.
Once.
Because yeah, it was kind of fun.
Single payer, absolutely.
I don't think that's supported by Nancy Pelosi's actions in 2010.
How so?
I mean, we'd have to fact check this after the fact, but I think recall her making a fairly strong effort to achieve this, and eventually needing to.
The thing is, she puts so much effort into making like just your run-of-the-mill Democrats her like true opponent, without recognizing that the what's in power right now is our true opponent.
Create a compromise option.
Mouses. I played Operation Epic Furious
in order to get Joe Lieberman on board. But I think that
it was hilarious.
Look, I mean, I do think that in the future,
and for
Donald Trump has proved that by acting in a sort of heavy-handed authoritarian fashion, it is possible to do a bunch of stuff that's not popular. Should the Democrats? Well, I mean, I do consider it a serious defect of the Obama administration that he was so there was this mindset of oh, we need to be bipartisan and we need to constantly reach across the aisle, and I hate all of that. Obviously, I think a major lesson of the Obama administration was we do not go high. Don't do that. And I think that I think Biden improved on that somewhat. There's room for still more improvement. Well, I think Biden did a number of things that were not, would not have been doable if you needed Republican cooperation. But I think that,
I'm not trying to be
like the UAW thing.
contrarian. I just want to know specifically what you're thinking about.
Well, I'm thinking about like Medicaid expansion and infrastructure bill, and it was more aggressive in getting some of these things done than I think Obama was.
So he was in the infrastructure bill example where he had the leverage comes right from having the infrastructure projects that Republicans want, and because it was COVID and the country was shut down and everyone needed the country to get going for capitalism reasons, right? So we took all of that stuff that even Republicans wanted to vote for, bundled it with a bunch of stuff that were Democratic priorities because they were social spending priorities, and then broke those two things apart so that Republicans could get what they wanted without having to do all the Democratic. That was the Build Back Better bifurcation dance that even AOC called out, right? AOC, there was that whole rigmarole around how they were going to hold the line and that they weren't going to vote for the one package unless both packages, and then predictably,
I agree with you that
so
that there's a lot of room for a Democratic administration to be even more aggressive, and I agree that they should.
So why don't they? Why aren't they? Because people like me are often accused as being not having a material analysis, of thinking that we're going to win because of vibes. I feel very strongly that I'm doing the opposite. That when you just love Mamdani and love AOC, that's the vibes. I liked what they stood for and what they said, and now that they're in office, it's about asking, analyzing, and as someone who is in the media, pressing them on whether or not they're using the leverage that they have at their disposal to maximize the follow-through on their campaign commitments, right? It's not about me loving them. My job is not to love Mamdani as much as he seems like a fun hang. I have nothing personal against any of these people, but I have to raise questions, right? Why does Zohran Mamdani endorse Kathy Hochul prematurely when she hasn't released fundraising, the funding to him that he needs to advance his agenda? Why does he come out and dissuade a challenger to Hakeem Jeffries when Hakeem Jeffries is one of the most vocal Zionists in the entire country? The leader of the Democratic Party bungled Democratic Party redistricting in New York in a way.
You need to ask the question about who the opposition was in that specific race and why they felt that he wouldn't win.
That cost Democrats seats in the House.
And you could also argue that that seat wasn't as safe as people were making out because of the George Santos fucking bullshit that was going on.
And also did not support Zohran Mamdani's campaign even after he won the primary. Why did he say that he would vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House prematurely, ostensibly without getting any concessions?
I mean, that is stupid.
If he has gotten concessions, why won't he be more forthcoming about what he...
Man, I feel like I can answer this a lot better than Contra.
...was able to get with his leverage, so people like me would leave him alone, right? These are questions I think it's incumbent on us to ask because we want him to be successful on his campaign promises, not just successful in a person who has a job as mayor who wants job stability, right? I'm not invested in his job
Once a politician
stability.
gets elected, they have to engage with the reality of their situation. They need to cooperate with other people to achieve things. Right?
Cooperate with who?
I don't think an elected politician cannot base all.
Why not put this energy into fucking pointing out to right wingers that Trump literally said no new wars and here we are.
Their behavior.
This is the shit that drives me nuts.
Around
she's not trying to grow the movement at all. Like, what is this? It's like she's obsessed with being right, so she has to fucking tear people down instead of fucking finding a common ground to, try and, build a movement. This is why I can't stand this thought process. And then they also don't see how it's self-defeating.
Winning the recognition from people who are protest voters and probably didn't support in the first place.
Did you? What did I? Can you steal man back?
I want Pep to moderate
to
this.
me what I wanted.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I'm more interested in this than you guys might be, so I'm thinking that I might be doing part 2 of this tomorrow.
I'm dying to do with Kathy Hochul and why?
I can't. No.
Okay, so I want to be really clear about this. I'll repeat it. I'm not just wanting him to run around saying I'm the biggest Marxist ever, beating his chest and saying free Palestine. That's not my argument. My argument is that he fought for free buses, free childcare, a number of policy priorities that were going to require funding from Albany, right, from the governor of the state. So when I raise concerns about him endorsing Kathy Hochul in her reelection bid during an election season.
To be fair, this is a conversation about CONTRAPOINTS, about that stuff, not about the right. Okay, fair.
When there was her own lieutenant governor was challenging her, a lieutenant.
Thanks for the warning.
Governor who came out and endorsed Zohran Mamdani.
Well, fine, I won't.
Early, and who supported Zohran Mamdani's funding. When Kathy Hochul was saying she did not agree with his funding priorities, I see that as Zohran Mamdani prematurely giving up leverage for something that he says he wants, which is free buses. I'm with Zohran Mamdani. Let's get those free buses. But how are you going to get them when the governor of your state is saying that she doesn't believe in your policy agenda, and frankly also wouldn't even endorse you after you won your primary against an actual predator of Andrew Cuomo, right?
Yes.
So I feel like my ask is extremely pragmatic. How are you using your leverage to get money to do the thing that you say you want to do in New York?
I mean, I don't know the details of this particular situation. That may be a valid criticism for all I know, but it does seem like I don't see. It's hard for me to see like what you're saying as pragmatic when it seems like even the furthest left politicians that get elected in the United States, you sort of are not supporting because you see them as like immediately becoming compromised by this hopelessly corrupt system.
Not supporting. What does it mean to support? Is my job to support them, or is my job to get them to do my bidding because I'm the voter?
No, actually, in a perfect world, that would be the case.
I'm the constituent.
Honestly, I hate that I have to we have to concede on that one.
Well, did you
they deserve my?
Because this is actually getting a little ridiculous at that point. Then you're just it becomes that whole like this is what happened to my dad, where he was a lot dumber about it, where he was just like they didn't do what they said they were going to do. I'm never voting again.
Did you support Zoran Mamdani?
You know, a bunch of lying sacks of shit, but he's got a lot to say about politics.
I did, and I had him on the show. I've had him on the show 4 or 5 times before most people even knew what his name was. Right?
Yeah.
I supported him because he was doing things like doing a hunger strike in support of taxi drivers who are being financially immiserated by the cost of their medallions and killing themselves in New York City. But more importantly, I don't support Zoran Mamdani. I support what he ran on. My job is not to support some random 34-year-old man who seems really nice. My job is to support his agenda. And if he's acting in ways that don't seem to be in furtherance of his agenda, it's my job to ask why at the bare minimum as someone who's ostensibly sort of in the media and the press.
Well, and as you're right to ask that, but I do feel that like this is like we were talking about this kind of feud between people on the very
but she goes like a little bit farther than that.
Far left of American politics, right? Where I mean, and you can sort of do this. You can do this when it comes to especially to something like the mayor of New York City, where it's like, yeah, I mean, New York City is on the far left of the American political spectrum. But when it comes to like a national presidential election, like this type of thing is like so I don't know. Don't you? I see this as like so far on the left end of the spectrum as to like sort of not be relevant to winning like median voters. So
that's kind of what that's where I was going with that.
It's like a little bit.
To stay on this for a second, though, Natalie, I think what was frustrating to me, like when I listened to you in conversation with Joshua Citarella, part of what's frustrating is there's this caricature of
that's what this was all based on.
My position, right? There's this caricature of the left's position, which says we just want to beat up on Zoran and AOC, right? Like we just are running on vibes. We're never happy. We don't want power. We want to endlessly critique power.
Yes.
And my view of it is we fought tooth and nail to get these people into power. And when they are in power, we would like them to use it. And
wait, I don't understand your criticism. That was before you answered those last two, so disregard those.
I choose not to speak about liberals in this way because I don't know how constructive it is. And so many of them are kind of organically coming around to my position because of what they see the Democratic Party doing and not fighting and not being a resistance party. But
no, it's not about saying Trump sucks. It's about kind of analyzing why he won is more so than opposed to like why the left or like why the Democrats lost, because not recognizing why they won is
I could easily
kind of a mistake.
Characterize liberals as being exactly,
and it's not all just because of the fucking referendum on the Democrats.
What you claim the left is, which is not caring about power, right? Because Zoran and the
it's weird. I don't want to stand up for the Dems at all. Like I recognize that they totally fucked up.
They have power, but only caring about
that so many times.
Kind of abstractly sitting in.
This is where like my art of war analysis comes here, where it's just like, okay, so Trump won. And it goes back to like the Tea Party taking over. Like it's kind of using your opponent's tactics to kind of, win
those seats without actually wielding power.
But like for some reason, we have like this really annoying thing that happens where like we're all like part of the same military. And then once it comes to going to like to battle, against the orcs or whoever, then all of a sudden we start fighting each other halfway through.
And that to me,
that does kind of get annoying, but and honestly, I understand what that is. That's me just kind of reducing this to its,
it's very frustrating because we should be on the same side, but I think there was this
argument. Holy shit!
Cartoonish caricature and an attempt to drain the substance out of the critique of the left that has us at cross purposes where I don't actually know that you disagree. Like when I outlined the specific critique of Zoran.
Yeah, but the thing is, she's already seeing them as the enemy. That's what I'm saying. She's not really seeing it as like a reflection of self.
It doesn't sound like you disagree with it.
She's already fucking given up on that military.
So is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
That's a good fucking good analogy. Thank you, Mr. Good Time.
Well, so I think when you're critiquing specific things that Mamdani
does. Guys, I just realized I got actually like
Biden
start
did,
here.
Yes, of course it's within reason to criticize your elected officials, and we all ought to do that. I agree, but I also think that what my frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional to like it's very difficult to build the kind of like momentum behind a candidate when it's so much. I don't see this problem existing on the right, where like you don't have, I mean, obviously Trump has lost a lot of his, I think, supporters in the last year, but like during the election, they show up for him and they form this kind of like unified, like,
directly onto Dieters.
some of this has to do with right-wing values around loyalty and submission and stuff, and I don't necessarily advocate adopting that, but I do think that, I mean, again, like you don't even support Kamala Harris during the election. It's not like you say like, okay, well, we'll get her elected and then we criticize. It's that when you're not even you don't even want to get her elected, then it's
because I have so
that's
much
where
less.
I see the criticism as being this like critiquing power thing.
Okay,
because it's
so-
like you don't.
yeah.
You're
So
not.
let's talk about
taking
power.
any
Let's
plausible
talk about
action to
leverage.
yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before?
The thing is, no, because I can already answer this question, and it's because we've talked about this a lot. No, your leverage doesn't mean shit when you've already broadcasted that you're not going to support them regardless. That's the problem. You lose that leverage the second that you play that game.
Before she's elected or once she's president?
I'm sorry, man. Like, if you want to leverage the Democrats, then you actually have to play ball with them.
For 4 years.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to have to wrap there. All right, so I'm going to make sure I save that. Where are we at? 110. All right, 110. Literally, almost like, that was me agreeing with you. Do you recognize what I was paraphrasing? No. Oh, wait, shit. If you know, I didn't see your thing. If you know your enemy, then you know yourself. You will surely win. If you know your enemy, but not yourself, sometimes you will win. Yeah. Art of War. At the end of the day, what this comes down to is someone is lost and isn't in power trying to explain to you why that is actually good. Yeah. I mean, that's what's kind of weird to me, where it's just like, okay, yeah, she was kind of trying to be like, yeah, this is why it's a good thing that the Democrats aren't here. It's like, not really. Because again, like, the people in power that we have to fucking kind of, get out of power are the right wingers, which they seem to have a pretty strong base. But we will obviously talk about this a little bit more. But I do have to head over to Dieters. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Here is the link. You guys are going to have to follow the link because for some reason it's not letting me do the thing. Okay, so all right, guys, but I do appreciate you being here. I will be live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central, so come hang out for that. And yes, go over to Dieters and watch my interview. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.